Welcome to Mr. Podcast with your hosts, Claude and Justin. That was the wrong way to do it.
Let's try it again. Take two. Wow.
Good thing we talked about how the intro should go.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, fuck, I have nothing to say now.
All right.
Am I going to say what's up, guys, or am I just going to let it hang? All right.
5, 4, 3, 2. Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude
and Justin.
Today we're talking about The Leftovers.
Woo!
We're going to do a little season 2 commentary and discuss. Basically going to do a commentary on the pilot and the finale episodes and piece together what the hell happened this season.
Yeah, that sounds good. Leftovers is, I would say, after season 2, probably my favorite show that's on right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely the one I look forward to the most as it went week to week and went to crazier and crazier places.
Like Jarden.
Exactly. Not Miracle. Miracle is
Miracle's the state park.
The state park surrounding the town.
Mm-hmm.
And they sort of call it Miracle, but it's really Jarden. So get it right.
Get it right, everybody. Get it right. Or die. I've really been enjoying this season. I was not a fan of season 1. I didn't understand why it was a show.
I'm still not sure I understand that part.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand why this is a show. I guess I don't. The question I don't have answered is why are we watching it? You know, Most shows have a goal.
Yeah.
You can understand what would it take for the show to end. What's the series goal? What's the character goal? Stuff like that. And The Leftovers doesn't really have that. It's really just watching people try to make sense of life after something crazy happens.
Sounds like a series I've heard of before.
Yeah, a 4-letter word might come to mind. I mean, to say these characters are lost would be, it would be great if somehow you find out, like, Miracle is on the island or something.
Yeah.
Like,
or
somebody
it's one of those, like, pockets of energy.
Yeah, somebody finds a donkey wheel underground or something. I mean,
it
there's a
feels
well.
Like that's what they're going for. Like, something like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I agree. I did like season 1, especially at the beginning. I remember liking the first 5 episodes or so a lot. Like, I was really into the vibe of the show. Towards the end of the season, it kind of lost its way for me, and I was not really excited about season 2 because it didn't. I mean, the ending of last season didn't really leave anything too interesting to unfold this season.
Mm-hmm.
Except the Patty thing, which turned into way more than I ever would have guessed.
Yeah.
So I thought it was an interesting show, but I think in season 1, my main issue, besides just the fact that, like, what's the point, which I think it still is a problem in a way, but I think season 2, like, had better focus in general.
Yeah.
But my main issue with season 1 is really the guilty remnants.
Oh, yes. I did not like the guilty remnant at all. Like, the concept's interesting, but to have, arguably the most interesting characters not talk is really bad.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until they would talk that I'm like, oh, well, now this is interesting.
Yeah.
Once Patty started talking and could actually tell us what was going on, then my interests were piqued. But before that, their whole shtick got old pretty fast. And also they're really, they're obviously antagonistic characters, so that's not fun to watch them just be assholes and not understand why they're being assholes and why they're making people confront the worst thing that ever happened to them, it's a form of assault in a way, emotional assault or something. And you didn't really understand why. And even when you do understand why, I don't think they're justified in it. So that's the thing that didn't ever really reconcile with me is I don't think their point of view is really valid. It's almost like if someone didn't want to let us forget about 9/11 or something, and would constantly make you remember that. I mean, obviously the sentiment of 9/11 is never forget, which maybe that's where the guilty remnant came from. It's just a strange idea. Like, it's definitely interesting, but in terms of like following characters, it's an uphill battle to kind of get on the side of the guilty remnant and want to actually see them in scenes. And then, once they pulled their big stunt with the recreating the departed people, I mean, that was the most morbid thing I've seen on the show. And it's just like, wow, kill all these people because I don't need to see them ever again.
Yeah.
But yeah, season 2 was definitely way more interesting. I mean, I felt like the reins came off of the show and they were free to go wherever the story needed to go, and it got way more original than it was before, and got to some really interesting places. So yeah, we're gonna do a commentary on the first episode of the season of season 2, and then we'll do a commentary on the finale and look at how these 2 episodes book in the season, and obviously knowing the answers and where everything's going. Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah. Getting back to the guilty remnant, I think the problem I had was that I think they're interesting, like the concept and initially the silent thing worked, in the first few episodes, like it created intrigue. Like they're just like standing outside Liv Tyler's house, in those white outfits and smoking. Like that worked, I think. But eventually it was like, okay, you can only say what you can write on a pad and show on screen. It's so limiting. And I feel like what you were saying about season 2, like I think a big part of it is that they finished the book in season 1, and I think probably in the book the guilty remnant thing works better because in a book you can have internal monologues, you can have like a much better sense of what they're thinking and why they're doing what they're doing, even if they're not talking in the book. But I think for a TV show, like on screen, that concept just doesn't work. It just makes them, at a certain point, I just don't care anymore because they're just not communicating anything.
Yeah.
And they become very flat characters because it feels like they can't say, very many things. I mean, like a baby or a dog or something, there's just a limit to how expressive they can be as characters because they can't really say anything.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. The guilty remnant are dog babies. Original insight.
So yeah, I think one thing that, I mean, what was actually in season 2 was much more interesting. But I think another thing, as far as the guilty remnant goes with season 2, was that you have Meg kind of questioning the guilty remnant's philosophies, like she's talking all the time, for example, which I think makes a big difference. But also, like, even though they do wind up, spoiler alert, like being like major antagonists for the season, they're not on screen very much. We don't spend much time with them. It's really there's really only one episode where we have a lot of guilty remnant stuff, and then there's the Lori one where we kind of see them from her point of view, having left them.
Yeah, which I thought was a good move too, because it was frustrating in season 1 when she was with them and we didn't really understand why.
Yeah.
And again, I just think when you dramatize characters and you're not really understanding their motivation, or you don't believe their choices that they made, you don't think that it's a good choice, like to leave your family
Yeah.
Just because you have some problem and to go do this silent cult thing and like that's interesting in the beginning, but then it just becomes like, then it sort of takes away from the character how interesting that they are and how much you want to, watch them go through the motions if you don't, buy into their choices.
Right. Right.
So I thought that kind of hindered everything. But yeah, having Lori not only leave the Guilty Remnant, but try to take them down from the inside was a cool plot line. And then Meg sort of in the upper, leadership of the Guilty Remnant, sort of going against them. That was interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, just overall, I thought they had way more interesting choice. And I guess, you can't really have season 2 without season 1.
Yeah,
but,
definitely.
Season 2 is definitely, more interesting.
Yeah. It sort of feels like the author with the book, like, set up this universe and then they were able to take that and like build really, I think, a more interesting story in that world.
Yeah, and that was my criticism of season 1. I literally was like, my philosophy is like every story should take place in follow the most interesting characters in that world. And in the most interesting situation, I was like, in a world, literally the whole world was affected by this sudden departure. And I'm like, you're telling me Kevin and the Garveys in Mapleton is the most interesting thing happening in the entire world?
Yeah.
And I just didn't believe it. And then, of course, season 2 is like, nope, here's another place that's way more interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a stretch. It's weird. I guess they were tied to the book for season 1, so they just had to do what's in the book, more or less. And, the author is still, involved in the show, he co-wrote several scripts and, he's, presumably to some extent involved in the process behind the scenes. But it definitely feels like the Damon Lindelof influence is strong.
To say the least. Yeah. I mean, this show is Lost Part 2. The only thing missing is an island. And a smoke monster.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the world is already crazy because there's been this departure. So in a way, they don't need the island. But I think Jarden ended up being a little bit like the island this year. Mm-hmm. Like, even down to like the way they portrayed the beginning of the season, this thing we're going to watch soon. Like that to me feels like, this show's version of Across the Sea.
Yeah.
They like that, go back to that place, a long time ago and what was going on back then. And I mean, it does show the difference between this show and Lost in that, like, I don't even know what to take away from that. Whereas I at least have some idea of what Across the Sea was trying to communicate. I think this show definitely, it's weird. I feel like it's much less plot driven than Lost. But I was also thinking about it, and I was thinking about the season as a whole, and like, we're gonna get into the first episode here, and they set up a lot of stuff in the first episode that they kind of circle back to, at the end of the season. And, I realized that, although many things are left ambiguous, there's a lot of stuff that I remember asking about at the beginning of the season that they really do answer in fairly concrete ways. Maybe that was true on Lost too. I mean, maybe it's just like, what's in the hatch or whatever. Like, it's their version of like, what's this thing? It's that, okay, like, it doesn't have to be this eternal mystery or this mystery that goes on for years or whatever. But thinking back, I was surprised how many answers there are, for the mysteries that they set up,
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of the mysteries are character mysteries. where the characters can kind of know the answers.
Right.
But yeah, I think the opening of this season 2, the cave woman scenario, I look at it as a primer for the season of how to. It basically is outlining the themes of the show, and really depicting someone who is unable to know certain things that we know, right? Like someone who's making connections in the natural world without knowing some of the scientific explanations for those things that we know now. The sort of cause and effect relationship with certain things. And then what does that mean? And then sort of going to the present day in Jordan and, the sort of world at large after the sudden departure and really making that, a sort of a mirrored version of that and saying, okay, well, what are the things that we think are mysteries here? The sort of cause and effect relationships that we can see in the world. And then what are the things that like we could have answers to someday, and what are the things we'll never have answers to? Mm-hmm. But yeah, looking at the show, this opening sequence from having spent literally hundreds of hours of talking about Damon Lindelof's writing, it was really clear to me like how it's really I think it's a visual instruction manual of like what the show is doing. And how characters respond to events in their lives, and then what meaning are they going to take from that? And if that meaning is meaningful,
mm-hmm. Right.
If that's the correct or incorrect meaning, if a correct meaning means anything, if that's even the correct, way to even look at meaning.
Yeah.
So,
but it's interesting that I think you're right about that. That sounds like a good interpretation to me, but it's very abstract and it's very metaphorical,
mm-hmm.
And not that they didn't do metaphors and abstract stuff on Lost. They definitely did some of that. That was a big part of the show, clearly, but. What I'm not used to is the fact that it's not really underlined for you. It's I feel like they leave it more to you to draw that conclusion.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Instead of telling you or have some character say, blah, blah, blah. Like here's like.
Well, I mean, drawing your conclusion is the point of the show.
Yeah. Right.
Quote, if I can quote, let the mystery be, draw your own conclusion is the whole idea. And I mean, that's what I like about this cave woman sequence is that's what's happening, She's seeing things happen. She's having conflicts and she's, they don't, obviously, kind of like you were saying in the book, or in a book, like, if this was written out, we could see what her inner monologue was, cause she obviously is not going to speak English.
Yeah, right.
So we could see what her inner monologue was, but yeah, right. My lord, the cave has fallen. But
it's
but
British,
I think,
of
course it's British. It's in the past. Any English in the past is British. But yeah, I mean, I think that's what I liked about this sequence is it just, I kind of lost my train of thought, so I'll just repeat what I said before, is it's a primer for how to view the show, and that she is, interpreting what's happening to her. That's what I was gonna say. You don't really know what she's saying, that's why it's sort of metaphorical, because you can't get into her mind and see what connection she's making to these events. But I feel like she's obviously making connections, right?
Yeah.
To what's going on and what it means. And I don't think she has a lot of time to contemplate it.
Yeah.
But one of the interesting things I read in an interview with Lindelof is someone posited the question, is Miracle special because the cave woman died there?
Mm-hmm.
Which to me, the answer is unequivocally no.
Yeah.
That to me, that's not how his world works.
Right.
Like one event that no one would ever know makes everything special. I don't think that's.
I feel like that's something he'd be happy if you want to draw that conclusion.
That's why he talked about it in an interview.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question to ask, but I feel like you can actually answer it if you know how he writes stories.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't, I think there's smaller things you could say about the significance of her dying there. Maybe you could say something about the water or say something about the area, but I wouldn't.
If the water does stuff, I think that's
yeah,
open-ended.
but I think if they wanted to make that true, we would have seen something else happen. We would have seen some connection with the water. We would have seen the water heal her, or we would have seen, something else that's a little more pointed towards that direction. Right. But I just feel like his whole one of his big themes is just that shit happens, and it's up to us to determine what is meaningful and what isn't, and then what is the meaning of those things if it has meaning.
It sort of reminds me of 2001 or something, like having this dialogue-free, ancient times kind of version of what the modern day story is going to be.
Yep, I think that's a good call, and that's the whole point, right? Is this stuff didn't just happen. This concept is always happening.
Yeah.
And that's what's interesting to me about the whole sudden departure anyway. And I think one of the characters said that this season, the idea of like, everything changed when the sudden departure happened. I'm like, did it really though? Like, life was always unpredictable. You could always die at any time. I feel like that's what the cave woman sequence is about. You could always die at any time. One false move can change your entire life. If she didn't decide to go pee or whatever she does in the beginning, like she would have died in the cave with everybody else, So the world was always unpredictable. It was always dangerous. It was always just a place where all you can do at a certain level is just take meaning out of it and then try to live. So the sudden departure, it is in line with that, is in line with the history of the world as we know it. It's just a version that's, more inexplicable and, crazier, but it doesn't break the rules of how life was and has always been.
Right.
And I think that's what 2001 is about too, seeing that cycle repeat itself. Yeah.
Specifically, it's about technology in that case, but, that's, I don't know, it's a bold move to start a season like that.
This whole season is bold moves.
Yeah, that's true. And that's what I liked about it. Like, you tune in and, like, you don't know what the fuck crazy shit they're gonna do.
It's like, here's an episode focusing on characters we've never seen before, and, then the next episode we get our characters back, and then the next episode we don't even see them again, and now we're on some other characters, and like, I think it's a gamble.
Definitely.
Is the audience gonna want to stick with this unpredictableness? And obviously some did and some didn't, but, I think I don't know. I feel like if you're going to make TV, especially this kind of TV, HBO, I think you want to gamble and make a statement and swing for the fences, even if like at the risk of, losing viewers.
Yeah, I think it did get lower ratings in season 1, but my sense is that the cult audience that it has is more excited about it.
Yeah.
That's certainly true of me. And I guess there was a campaign for season 3 or something, and supposedly that's gonna happen. So, so that's cool.
Season 3 will be the last season,
Yeah. I think, I think it found the right combination of, the storylines and like tone and like, I think season 1 just didn't quite nail it in terms of the way the show works best. Cause I think, in a way, even though they changed it up in a lot of, aspects, the characters and the location, and so on, like, they are playing with a lot of the same ingredients they did season 1.
Mm-hmm.
But, they just found a much more interesting twist on it. And obviously, like, at a certain point, the season goes into territory that's just, like, way beyond anything that ever seemed possible in season 1.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's, I mean, yeah. That's what made it really exciting, you know, because I mean, I watch other shows and I didn't really have that sense of like, I could turn this on and like some completely insane thing that I'm not expecting might just come on screen, you know, like most of the shows I watch, it's like, you know what you're getting.
There's not many shows where the sky's the limit. Like at a certain point in season 2 of Leftovers, it's just like, well, they could do anything now.
Yeah.
There is nothing that restrains them at a certain point.
Yeah.
Where most shows don't have that ability to be that unpredictable.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I usually feel like I can call, you know, a decent amount of scenes and like things that will happen in a show, especially a show, you know, I know fairly well. But yeah, it was really exciting to just turn it on and, oh, this? Okay. Fine. Let's spend a whole episode in the afterlife. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that even was what it was.
If it even was, who knows? Yeah, we'll probably never find out, but,
it's hard to. How are we gonna find out, you know? I mean, who's gonna come on screen and be like, yes, well, you know, that was the afterlife?
One of the coolest things that happened in the finale was they went back to the afterlife, and
totally.
I thought that was a unprecedented move of saying
I did not expect that at all.
It wasn't just a one-off. Like this is actually what happens when you die, or at least when Kevin dies. It's not just, oh, one time he did this thing in a special circumstance and he went there. It's like, nope. He goes to the hotel every time.
Yeah.
And he's got to do some challenge to get back. And, you know, which begs the question, why does he get to go back?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But I guess we'll get into that.
I guess we will. Yeah, because we're going to have to watch that scene. But that totally blew my mind when he's like wakes up in the bathtub. I was like, fuck no.
I actually spoiled myself on that scene because I was watching on my computer and my player had this weird problem. This is a boring story, but it had this weird problem with the volume. The volume control was showing up in the timeline for the slider, you know?
Yeah.
And I was trying to unmute it. And it clicked to that scene.
Oh, shit.
Woke up in the bathtub. So I was like, and I immediately stopped it. And, you know, all I saw was him waking up in the bathtub. Yeah. And I was like, well, I at least know he's going to wake up in the bathtub at a certain point. So after the scene when he gets shot, I'm like, well, I wouldn't think he'd be dead anyway. But I'm like, well, I know he's not dead because he's going to wake up in the bathtub.
Right.
But I still was surprised. I didn't really actually connect. That meant he went back to the hotel.
Actually died again. Yeah. I definitely didn't expect that. When he got shot, I was just like, yeah, he's just gonna like bleed and suffer for a while. Like, they can't kill him, you know? It's like, certain characters are just unkillable on TV shows. You learn this. And there's just no way they're gonna kill him. So, but then it's like, well, they had their cake and ate it.
When you can actually die and come back, then.
Yeah. That's how you can kill him.
Yeah.
He's died twice on the show.
And it's a miraculous thing where the bullet just went straight through and didn't hit anything vital.
Oh, so lost. Oh
my
God. Yeah. Yeah. Did the bullet bounce off your head or?
Or did the gun not fire?
Yeah. What do you think, Tom? What do you think it was? Did the bullet bounce off your organs, or did it just not hit anything? Like, oh wow, it's the thing. It's much more.
I really like Desperate and Strung Out and what's the word? You know, like Rick on Walking Dead. You know, tortured characters. Like I really like tortured characters. And I really like the idea of this weird friendship between Kevin and John on The Leftovers, where they're both tortured in these different ways, and they've sort of formed this friendship, this tentative friendship because of it. It's a really interesting dynamic, and I'm interested to see where it goes in season 3. Now that they've been through this shit together, and John has tried to kill him, and he's had to help him back to life, and all that stuff. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I kind of thought that they would end the season, like, the way it ended, you know, again, it reminds me of The Walking Dead, in a sense. It's weird how often the show reminds me of The Walking Dead, since, like, it's not really very much like The Walking Dead, and, um, I, I, everything that I dislike about The Walking Dead doesn't happen on this show, but, except for the lack of direction. But, that whole thing of, he shoots him like the second before he finds out that he's telling the truth, basically.
Oh yeah, classic.
And then he comes back.
I love that. What? I love that moment when he realizes.
Yep.
They found the girl. He's like, but I just killed her. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. It
yeah, I love that split second tragedy that, like, if he hadn't been so impetuous, he could have, if he had waited 5 seconds, this wouldn't have happened, you know?
Right. Yeah, and then, like, he eventually comes back, and, I mean, whatever, we'll watch it, but I thought
No, describe it.
No, let me narrate the whole episode. No, but, the thing that surprised me is that, you know, because the season ends, spoiler alert, I hope you've seen the fucking Leftovers, if you're listening to this, the season ends with, like, the guilty remnant, and then, like, all these, like, I don't know, ne'er-do-wells, like, storming in to Jordan and, like, just setting shit on fire and having parties and, you know, whatever, general mayhem. That's kind of like the zombies coming in, you know, in Walking Dead. And I would expect that, yeah, I know. It's weird, but I would expect that to mean that they leave, you know? But they don't. I mean, they specifically, like, go back home, and the implication is that they're staying there. So I assume that means that next season they actually will pick up with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I could see them leaving, but I mean, obviously they stay at the end of this episode because that's the best way to wrap up the season.
Yeah.
I mean, that last shot is just great.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make sense for you couldn't really have that happen any other way.
If they leave right after.
If they left somewhere.
Yeah, they could pull like a Terminus where it's like this big thing and they have this reunion and then they just like escape really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, you know, and they could do a little time jump or something. And I mean, it does seem like Miracle is ruined.
Yeah.
So the question is like, what's there to stay?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, the cabin or whatever, like once they burn it down, that means they're done with it.
And, it seems like it could be that all the ne'er-do-wells who come into town, I don't know why you use such harsh language. They're human beings. God.
I never saw them do well.
You never saw them do well. All right. Nary do they well. All those people could just leave at a certain point, right? Like, if there's no reason for them, and then it's just like, they could stay in the town and deal with the cleanup or something.
Now that they're there, it's like, what? Why did we want to get in here again?
Yeah, right? Yeah, what was the point?
I mean, that's, if anything, they do the same shit they were doing in the tents. It's like, what the fuck?
which I guess makes sense, but that's probably the biggest thing I didn't like about this season was the depiction of this Miracle, the people in the state park outside, of just like, why did it turn into Mad Max? Like, right. I didn't really understand why it attracted like these subhuman people, and like it just like the worst of the worst decided to camp out there. I didn't really understand like why that happened versus like super devout religious people camping out there or something and having a sort of utopia outside, and maybe even clashing with the dystopian people. I don't know. It just seemed weird to me that they just depicted it as like, this is inevitable. If you have a place like Jordan, then the ne'er-do-wellers show up, and it's just, I didn't really understand, why that made any sense. And it was a fairly big part. And obviously at
Yeah.
the end when they all storm in and they just destroy everything, I didn't really get that part.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Did we learn that a significant portion of those people camping there were like guilty remnant sleeper agents? Like,
Yes.
is that what happened?
Yeah. Now, I guess it's not necessarily clear how long they had been there.
Right.
But yes, at some point, a significant portion of those people were guilty remnant.
Yeah, they just all like change into the.
Which I don't even know why that matters. Besides
Well,
it being kind of interesting, like, what's the difference between the people in the camp revealing their guilty remnant versus guilty remnant just showing up and storming the place with everybody else?
right.
I mean,
Yeah.
and maybe it was just like they had inundated themselves with the other crowd, and so that gave the crowd license to storm in too.
Right.
Something like that. I mean, I guess it's more interesting that they were sleeper agents, but I didn't
Yeah.
really kind of understand why it mattered.
I didn't either, and I kind of wish there had been, I don't know, a hint about that, or like I wish I understood
what
a
would have
little
been
better
better?
what the plan was.
What would have been better is if the state troopers who were guarding the place were guilty remnant.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
when the people want to come in, then the state troopers just let them in because they're part of it too.
Yeah. Yeah,
That would have made more sort of structural sense to me, but
Yeah.
I mean it was interesting as a detail that some of the people in there were guilty remnant.
Yeah. Yeah. Which then it's weird though, like the the guilty remnant ones. Well, whatever. We don't need to go over the whole episode.
Yeah,
We're
well,
gonna watch them, right?
Yeah, and I was just gonna add a thing and then also say we'll watch it. I didn't understand why what's his name the preacher guy
Oh boy.
It's not Kevin.
I'm bad with character names on this show.
I did know his name. Now I'm forgetting.
I cannot think of his name at all. All right, I'm gonna look. Here it is, Matt Jameson.
I didn't understand why when his wife woke up, he was still like, okay, no, leave. Like he still didn't want to come inside with her.
Oh right, yeah.
I was like, what are you waiting for then, dude? Like. You know, it was just, I didn't really get it. Like, I didn't even, like, when he was like, I gotta be judged. That's Ben's line. He said, it was a different version. Yeah, he was like, I have to not let someone take my place. And so he decides to go in the a stockade?
Yeah.
And be, brutalized or whatever. And then we see him next and he's like, no, I still can't come in. And then finally we see him in the finale and his wife has woken up. I'm like, what are you atoning for if it's not for something to do with your wife?
Yeah.
And now that she's awake, doesn't that mean you can stop? I didn't really get that part. Like he was still not ready to go inside.
Yeah, I don't, that thread of his plot line, I don't understand at all.
Yeah.
Like I don't even, yeah.
I can't even with that plot line.
It's so weird. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go up and sit in this thing, but then like, Nora goes and visits him and he's like, no, it's cool, man. They give me like coffee breaks and I shave over here and like, it's really not that bad.
It's like now we're all cool and it's not that big a deal. And it's like, are you even still going up there anymore?
Yeah.
Or are you done with that?
Yeah, it's not clear if does he do like 30 minutes a day now?
Or maybe Christopher Eccleston was like, I'll only be naked in one scene and then that's it. And then we'll have to just pretend the rest. I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't really get that. And anytime I watch a story and I don't understand something, it really bugs me. Cause I don't know if it's the writing or if it's me.
Right.
Cause I'm like, obviously some things are mysteries and some things are subtle, but like some things aren't. And you should be able to get them. Like character motivations. And when I don't understand how the pieces connect, it really bugs me.
Yeah.
Cause I feel like it should be understandable to some degree. Like, even if we don't know, like, the real true answer, we should be able to come up with something that explains his behavior through those, like, 3 beats. And I don't know. I can't explain.
Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be that mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we spend a whole episode where that's the end point. So, I mean, I would think that episode explains it somehow.
Yeah.
But we're not watching that one, so.
I don't know. Maybe we should just wait for it.
Oh
And let
God.
the mystery be.
That's always the right thing to do.
It is, isn't it? Especially in a vaguely country song.
Yep. It's always better when it's vaguely country.
Mm-hmm. That's a good slogan for something that's vaguely country. All right, you ready to get into the first episode?
Yes, I am.
All right. Well, everybody, get your players ready if you're gonna listen along with this. I guess this season is not on Blu-ray yet, so however you're watching,
On demand or
yeah, how do people watch things today?
Service that allows you to watch shows.
Yeah, do that. Sync that up.
There you go.
Sync up your insert device.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna watch episode 201.
Does it have a name?
I don't know the name.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say the title. And,
yeah, it was.
It's called Axis Mundi.
Is it really?
It really is.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I read about that in an interview, and I was shaking my head and face palming. All right. Well, that says a lot about this episode, I think.
Yeah.
In the whole concept here.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Let me make sure my audio's working. Yep. Okay. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HBO Entertainment.
So much.
They have not changed that in forever.
No. Every time I hear it, I expect Mr. Show to start. Which means they were using exactly the same thing in the 90s.
Yep.
Yeah, they like it. I guess they're just not interested in updating.
So you mentioned this intro with the pictures.
Oh yeah.
Changing, and I went through and played the intro for the first one, for the first episode of the season and the last episode of the season.
Yeah.
The only difference was they switched the order of a couple pictures.
That was it?
Maybe why you thought it changed.
No, but maybe the first and last they did the same ones, but episode to episode they must have been changing them. I swear.
I don't know. I haven't gone through every episode.
I don't remember any of these. Okay, I remember that one. And I remember the bathtub, obviously. The ones at the end I always remember, but those like middle ones, I feel like they change them every episode. And I can't be that crazy. How do I remember the end ones, but I don't remember the middle ones ever? Like,
because
I don't
the end ones make more of an impact?
Yeah, well, yeah. Something's wrong with my brain, because I always get it, and then, okay. But yeah, good to know. I'm glad you did the experiment, because I've been complaining about it, but I didn't actually.
I haven't heard anybody mention that they did that, and I felt like somebody would have caught that.
Yeah, I would think so. It was driving me crazy. It still is.
All right, well.
Yeah, so I'm already like, what the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm expecting like some weird M. Night Shyamalan ending to this, where they reveal like this is modern day.
And somebody walks in and yells cut.
Yeah. Yeah, for example. I mean, I guess I was imagining more like there were some people that just decided to go live in caves after the departure or something.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh
So she
God,
sees
the bird.
Yeah.
The mysterious bird.
So this is all about making connections. So she sees a bird, and then there's an earthquake.
Yeah. Oh God. That's so interesting. That definitely plays differently now that we know what the bird thing's about.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least what people think the bird thing's about.
Or at least that a bird is something to attach meaning to.
Yeah.
I think that's the most you can
There you
say.
go. Yeah, that makes it seem as like the bird of doom.
Yeah, and I think that's what she interprets, because when I was watching this, I was looking for this. I'm like, okay, well, something happens and, I see cause and effect. I'm like, okay, then you're trying to tell us something about interpreting meaning.
Yeah. But later on, the bird is supposed to be like a good sign, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it's not every time the bird shows up, something bad happens.
Right.
So what does that mean?
Right. Oh, God. She's gonna try to, like, unroll all the stones. Come on.
Well, she tried, and she realized she can't. Because this happens.
I mean, I applaud the effort, but...
Like, this could be where the myth of the stork comes from. Like, a bird and then a baby.
Yeah, that would make sense. Weird musical choice.
Not unlike
Definitely
with like the
2001.
classical music.
Yeah, and they kind of do that in the Afterlife episode too.
Mm-hmm.
There's this big like classical music thing that's playing throughout the episode. Yikes.
I always question like how graphic things need to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Like at this point in time, like that wasn't that bad. But I've seen like shots where I'm just like, we get it, guys. We don't need like absolute super realism to understand like this small thing of like whatever it is,
Right. Babies being born.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely more than they showed on Lost.
Yeah. I love that transition.
Yeah. Still sealed up.
She's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think she doesn't vocalize at all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, not the bird again.
Yeah, so this is the second time the bird. Let's see what happens. And see that move right there means, she's waiting for something. I think she's expecting an earthquake.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, see, I was just so blindsided by the strangeness of this that I think a lot of this stuff went over my head when I was watching it. But now knowing what the season's about, it seems a lot clearer. The famous lake? Is it a lake?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Looks like there was smoke on the horizon. Maybe the others are coming to take her baby.
God, or maybe Rousseau lit the fire.
Who's to know?
She's Rousseau, pretty much.
Yeah, she is.
Stealing eggs from a bird. That's why the bird's gonna get her.
Yep, you stole my eggs.
Ugh.
I knew that from the future.
He's gonna eat the shell?
Yeah, why not?
Can you eat the shell? I guess
you can.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. What?
That's the wrong way to get a snake off your baby.
Yeah. I wasn't doing anything. God.
I was just gonna constrict around the baby and choke it to death.
Overreact much?
Yeah, I mean, it really gets me, the whole idea of knowledge. You don't really, I mean, she might have had some working knowledge that the snake could be poisonous, but, in a sort of general way, there could be complete surprise to her that there's going to be consequences to that snake bite.
Right. It's not just the pain of the teeth.
Yeah, like she's actually gonna die from that.
Yeah.
You know? Whereas we would kind of suspect that if we got bitten today.
Right.
And like that's not just, bad. That's, we look at that and say, okay, that's an infection and that means something significant.
Right.
And there's biological processes involved and it's not just gonna get better.
Yeah.
Now, this would have been an interesting if like the water had healed her or something.
Yeah, that's what I remember thinking. Is that going to happen? That'll be weird. And I mean, the water is implied to have some kind of properties, and obviously there's the loss thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like something that they.
But I think it's I don't know. I feel like it's settled that the water doesn't have anything, anything special.
I guess so. I mean, it's definitely not settled that it does.
I feel like is it this episode where, the son is at the fair with the water and like the
I think
tourists,
that's this episode.
Yeah, the tourists ask if it's special and he's like, it's just a souvenir. And that's pretty much it. Like no one else really questions if it's special. I mean, I guess there's a couple things moments later, but like,
yeah,
it's clear the water. So so here's the bird the third time.
Yeah.
And so this is now she's dying and she's seeing the bird of death. That's how I interpret it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seems like. And it was the bird of death before. And then I'm like, okay, that baby better not like get up and walk. And then I thought, oh, that baby, like, is gonna be some character. Like, I was really
it's
not.
baby Ethan.
Yeah, exactly. Did the baby just see the bird?
The baby just saw the bird. And see, like, the baby saw the bird and now something did happen.
And then she comes, yeah. Yeah, it's a good point.
Hurley!
Oh, God.
That's not your baby. A lady comes by and takes it again.
Oh God,
That's not your baby. What are you doing here?
I said it over here.
You're not even born yet, lady. Get out of here. Yeah, I love that. I stole your baby and set it down a few yards away because I realized raising a baby is hard work.
Yeah, and like yeah.
I don't know. So I take from this whole entire sequence, to me the theme there is things happen. Seriously, that's all I get from that. I mean, obviously there was details, but like
and meaning and that.
Yeah, but it's just like events happen.
Yeah.
Don't be chicken shits.
Events happen definitely describes it. Man, this is so weird watching this. Like, they're already guilty remnants.
They're so guilty. Well, I guess we don't know when they signed up.
I mean, they're gonna disappear this night. There's no way they signed up that same day.
Oh, it's the same night?
I think it is.
Very sorry.
Oh, I wasn't. I didn't hear.
Yeah, I swear I thought this guy was gonna come back. I thought something was gonna happen with him and the
yeah.
And like
I think they show him later, but he's definitely not a big character.
Brian, what's yours?
Evie. If I pee in here, gonna throw off your measurements? Leave him alone! You're scaring him! Shut up!
yeah, it's really weird that they're acting like us, yet they're gonna go be guilty remnants tonight.
Yeah.
And they're really disillusioned with their life.
Yeah.
Yet they seem to be having fun.
Deeply. Oh, right, they take the water.
Mm-hmm.
Bye, Dr. Goodheart.
So this is one of the shots that's supposed to let us know they're guilty rednecks.
Yeah.
It's the foreshadowing here.
Exactly. Like, it's...
Like, somehow they were just pretending.
Yeah, they were just playing it up for him to seem normal. And that's how they really are.
Yeah.
But I didn't really catch that at the time.
Why would you?
I didn't know what to make of that, and I was definitely not making a leap to, oh, they must be guilty rodents.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to get... I feel like if I get better at TV, I can guess something like that. Because it really makes sense, but it was hard to make that leap. It's really weird seeing this now compared to the first time, because the first time it was like, what show is this?
Yeah.
But now they're all kind of familiar, so it seems like this is the show.
Did you get any sleep? You want me to let? Yes.
No, but I got some over.
Yeah. What about choir practice? Do you have a ride? Mm-hmm.
What?
Like, is she just drinking the water because it's water, or is it deeper meaning there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, he's taking it. Okay, so he knows it's the water from the lake.
Yeah. I thought
I didn't
that's
catch
why she got it. This is the water he's gonna sell at the place later.
Seems like he could just sell any water.
Well, it's pretty much true. I remember being told when I was young that like bottled water sold in the stores they just like go to the sink and put it in a bottle.
Are you serious?
What?
Man, get out of bed.
You gonna eat that bacon? Maybe.
Such a happy family.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What is
Yeah, I mean, they really can't be, unless this season's not going to be about them.
If you made more, I wouldn't have to pray upon my
If I
children.
made more, your heart stopped.
You can have some of mine.
Guilty room that don't eat bacon.
We're too guilty.
No, I feel like they should eat more bacon.
Maybe
Like that could be an extension of their smoking.
Yeah.
You hear that?
Oh, yeah, the cricket.
The cricket is something that comes back,
Never gonna find it.
and I had totally forgotten about it.
No, it's not by the dish.
Yeah, that whole thing that she gives him the cricket,
Yeah.
just so he wouldn't let it go, which I guess is supposed to tie into...
Maybe it's in the ceiling.
Oh, God, who even... Oh, we have to talk about that, man. We've got to
Yeah.
talk about what the dad did and who he did it to.
Mhm.
Because I don't think it's clear.
I think it's pretty unclear. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, we'll definitely get into that because there are some sort of answers about it.
It was like,
What
it took
to
us
do.
4 episodes to figure out whose dad he was.
Yeah, I don't know why that was so hard. Like, why didn't they just say it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is weird. So this
Yeah.
is another earthquake connection.
Yeah, the earthquakes. And, like, the significance of the earthquakes. Because I guess an earthquake happened on the departure day. And that's what that's from. Which I think gets... Oh, that woman? Oh,
Mhm.
God. You know, I thought there would be more with this guy on the tower.
I was so expecting there to be more with him.
Yeah, like, he just doesn't really do much. He kind of
Yeah.
just sits there for the whole season.
I remember trying to spell this word backwards.
Yeah.
Alright, Miracle.
Seems like such a ripe character to do something with.
Like, how does he have, like, 3 scenes and that's it, the entire show? you
Yeah, it's really strange. It's really strange, but he gets about as much attention as the goat guy.
know?
Hey. I got eggs and bacon.
It's cold. You want it?
letter in there.
Yeah, he probably doesn't have a microwave in there.
Don't worry, his faith will warm up.
Ooh, Australia.
Yeah. Why does he have a letter? And what?
Yeah. What does that?
He wrote a letter to somebody random?
Does that connect to the Australia thing?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
What's Australia?
With Kevin's dad?
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and set up over there.
God. Was it addressed to Kevin's dad?
No, it was like Dr. David Burton or something, but.
Miracle Tobacco.
Yeah. Oh, it's like a fundraiser for the church. I guess I forgot about that. That was just a little extra income on the side.
I guess I forgot how many earthquakes was happening in this town.
Yeah.
Fucking frackers.
And see, here's the Lindelof shuffle.
Yep, totally.
Here's the set up an idea and then give 2 reasons why it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, mysterious earthquakes, or it's just from fracking.
Yeah.
Which I think it's just from fracking.
Yeah. But then the way this show works, it could be like neither.
Yep. Someone goes, there's been no fracking in this town.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's a miracle.
They gotta come in on school buses?
What are they supposed to come in at?
Yeah, fair enough.
Charter buses?
Yeah, I don't know. Something a little more comfortable.
Well, I think they're just coming from the park, right? They're not coming
Yeah.
from park.
How much?
It's whatever you want to give.
They're just coming from the park?
Yeah. Well, those are buses from the state park.
Ein Ding spielt.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, sorry.
No,
I thought you meant the people.
dieses Wasser ist besser. Wasser wird uns schützen.
Your water. Will it make us safe?
It's just a souvenir.
Das sagt es.
Church service is just past the 18 marker. Services are an hour before the last bus leaves.
Nein, wir brauchen das nicht. Na, gehen wir weg.
Vielen Dank. God bless you.
The tobacco guy's like, I got something to make you safe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird that he doesn't, play it up as being special.
Yeah, he's not equivocal about it at all. He's just like, it's just a souvenir.
Yeah, it's not special. It doesn't have magic powers. It's just...
And it's interesting they never said for certain, the town's water came from that lake or anything.
Right.
As if, everyone in town was drinking the water, so everyone was spared. They just leave you
It's
to
just
assume
there.
that, I guess, or it's just there.
People swim in it sometimes.
Like I said, why couldn't it be the air
Yeah.
that made everyone safe and you just bottle air?
It really could be. For all we know.
Yep.
Hey, John. Isaac? Didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Finishing up. It's all right. And you remember, just after Thanksgiving, all right?
The hand psychic. Oh, I only use the hand when you want to know the future.
And it's interesting, right? Pay attention to how this works, I think. When he asks for a reading, it does seem like he grabs the hand thing,
Sounds good.
I don't know, not decisively.
Mm-hmm.
Big line. Seems like business is doing good. I hear you're renting out your top floor.
Yeah, I filled all the paperwork out with
So that's the floor the garbage is supposed to go
Yeah,
to.
that's where they would have gone if this house didn't burn down in this episode.
Separate entrance and its own exterior stairwell.
That was something I was able to
all
guess.
that done. I just
Mhm.
need a couple weeks.
Oh, no problem. As long as
Just because it seemed like a detail that would have to matter,
So,
or they wouldn't
Yeah.
mention it.
let's do this.
Sorry.
Your thing. Can you do me?
Oh, you want to read?
Yeah, a reading.
Like this part where he's like, should I get the hand? Okay, I'll get the hand thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're lefty or righty? Right. Okay, try and focus all your energy into your hand. Press your palm down into the paint, and then press down as hard as you can on this here paper. Yep. Like
Nope, you did it wrong.
yeah, you can lift it up. Yeah, that's the wet.
I love the wet naps. You're ready for it.
Missing.
And then he blow dries it. You gotta blow dry it. This is an important step in the process.
Yeah.
Can't read it wet.
You got a good one.
You got a good one.
You got a good one? Yeah, I don't know what that means. This is weird. It makes it look like he's inspecting an x-ray or something.
Well, I like that it's a 3-step process. It's put the ink on the hand, and then it's blow dry the hand, and then it's look at it in the light.
Yeah.
Day after tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thanks. What?
Oh, did he say day after tomorrow? I guess that means they don't disappear that day. It's a couple days from now.
Tell me.
No, I think she gives him the present tonight, early, right?
But
Because
she's
that's
there
not
at the
list.
birthday party, right?
But that's tonight, I think. Well, shit. Now I'm confused because the thing with Nora and the lens was like they disappear. Oh, then the Garveys don't come in tonight. That's what it is.
It's not ideal.
They come in in 2 days
I guess so.
because the girls disappear the night Nora shows up.
Yeah.
Look, I know what you did.
So I love that. It's like something bad's gonna happen to you. It's so vague.
And now that we know everything that happens this season, what was the thing? Because the girls disappearing turned out okay. I mean, obviously there was bad implications, but they didn't die.
Yeah.
And they didn't disappear forever.
Yeah.
So, and there's other bad stuff that happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the two of us talking.
Yeah,
it's totally
not
vague.
clear what
It's
he has in
classic-
mind.
It's classic psychic.
Definitely. Does he have anything in mind? Is he totally
It's all
bullshitting?
bullshit, right?
As he just said.
As he fucking says what I said. Yeah, that was weird.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I want you to tell me the truth.
I do wish we knew. I wish we knew what he was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
If he genuinely believes what he's saying, or if he's just doing it because he wants him to do it and he didn't really see anything, or, you know.
It's real.
And I'm not sure exactly, haven't seen the whole season, why this bothers John so much.
I got it.
Like the idea of like a fraud or something, perpetrating something supernatural. I don't really. I mean, it seems like it should tie into the old guy thing, but
Yeah, that's the closest thing, you know, since he had some mystic stuff going on.
okay, that's right. Okay, I forgot about his big thing being a mystic. I was thinking more of the whatever thing he did to John or the daughter or to Erica.
Right.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Oh, they're the Bridgemen? They're the Jardin Bridgemen? Wow.
Is that like the bridge that they're on?
It must be the bridge.
That's hilarious.
It matters.
The Bridgemen. Wow.
And I guess we're supposed to believe that lake encompasses the whole town or something, like a moat. Like, I don't understand why the bridge is the only way in town.
Yeah. I guess so. I guess there's water all the way around.
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go with this.
Yeah.
I still don't really understand this.
It's got to connect to them being guilty remnant. I don't really
But did the
get
Guilty
it.
Remnant ever do anything like this?
I mean, to me, the idea here is like freedom, and they want to be free of their lives.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I mean, that's definitely what this would symbolize, I think. But
Like running towards something, like shedding something.
it's such a weird cut. Like, it cuts from them singing in the gym, then doing that, then to this.
They did the same thing before, right? Like when they're in the water, like pretending to be happy, and then they cut to their real feelings. And I think it's the same way. They're singing that song, pretending, and then they cut to how they really feel.
Right.
Knock, knock.
What? That's the best response to a knock knock joke
What?
ever.
Who's there?
Knock knock. What?
Broken pencil.
Broken pencil who?
Oh, this comes back later.
Never mind. It's pointless.
I forgot about this. Like, she
Whoa.
says this with Meg.
Oh yeah.
I didn't remember that this was in the first episode.
And she's already met Meg at this point, so
Yeah. Oh, that's where she got it from, probably. I guess that's the answer to the question no one was asking.
Yeah. Did Meg tell her that, or did she
I
tell
think-
Meg that?
I can't remember, but I think Meg told her.
I thought she told Meg to cheer Meg up because
Oh,
Meg
maybe
was
so.
crying when she
But I
met her.
thought maybe it was sort of the other way around.
Oh, we'll see.
2.5. 2. 3. 5.
Just shouting numbers.
Please, John. What? 5?
4. 12.
He's selling a lot and folks are buying it.
Is it 5 people?
8.
Is it a
14.
5 alarm fire? Is it?
I assume it means 5 people.
5.
But maybe
He
it's
said
like
it's-
a code.
It's
He-
a 5.
He said
Yeah, I
it's a
think-
5. Yeah, that makes it seem like it's like an alert code or something. But it does seem like there are 5 of them. But maybe that's a coincidence.
But it doesn't take like why would more people mean anything? Like you can hurt somebody
Yeah.
with 2 people as much as you can with 5 if you have enough time.
Yeah.
It must mean like 5 alarm fire. Like we're gonna burn the whole thing down or something.
Oh no, there are more than 5. I saw at least 8 or 9 there. Yeah, so this is called the Bad Fireman.
Over there? Yeah.
Just like there's bad cops, there's bad firemen.
This is the fireman where they come to your house when it's not on fire and they set it on fire.
Yeah. It's like a jobs program for firemen.
This is all bullshit. Please. You don't have to do this. Please, John. Brother, don't do this.
Well, what's interesting too that they never really kind of explain is why he has the clout to do this, and he will never get reprimanded. And like, I guess the psychic guy never goes to the police.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he ends up refusing entry to Matt later on. So he's like high up in the town.
Well, he only refused to sponsor him. That was all. He couldn't have barred anybody else from sponsoring him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just decided not to sponsor him to get a bad.
Oh, I thought he actually was just like, no, you can't come in.
No, he just decided to not sponsor him.
Okay.
And you need a resident to sponsor you. That was
I
the
see.
only thing. Yeah.
I see.
I think that's what happened. Because now, why didn't Kevin sponsor him?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, but
Maybe Kevin was on a temporary thing. That's what it was.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I love it. We're gonna burn your house down and then immediately put the fire out.
Because, yeah, that's what we do. We got this fire truck here. Might as well use it.
Yeah, like a fireman who's an arsonist. And this response was great.
You're gonna need stitches. I can do it myself, or I can refer you to a plastic surgeon in Austin.
I was born here. I have a right to be here.
When did you start burning people's houses?
I love this. Yep, tonight.
Tonight?
Yep, just started.
You were who you said you were. Should have seen it coming.
Yeah, you tell your husband. I meant what I
Well, he didn't do his own reading.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Ain't no avoiding it.
Avoiding what?
Yeah, avoiding what?
Silence.
I'll never tell.
Okay, so the backstory of this is Erica wants to leave John.
Right. Oh, I forgot we learned
And
that
she
one.
wasn't sure if Evie was going to be able to handle it. So she buries a bird in a box to make a wish. So if the bird's alive, she's going to make a wish, and the bird is
Right.
alive. And so she wishes that what? She wishes that Evie is okay or not around. I
Is
forgot.
happy or can handle it or
Something ambiguous enough to take as she wished her daughter away.
pretty much. Yeah, like the only way she could have accepted it is
So there's
Yeah.
the guy's house. All right.
yeah, they burned it down like really well. Like that was fun. That was like a shell. Really nice, guys.
Not their first arson.
I guess so. It was a 5. What are you
It
gonna
was
do?
a 5. Yeah.
When it's a 5, you gotta
5 out of 5.
go all the way.
Yeah, this was a mystery forever.
Yeah,
Bird
there were several
box.
episodes where I was like, yeah, but the bird in the box. What about the bird in the box? But
So
yeah,
this is her making the wish.
I was just watching the Mobisodes, and it occurred to me that like this whole thing of I was gonna leave him is a little bit like the Sun and Jin story.
Yep.
And then this crazy thing happens.
Mm-hmm. And now you're stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing?
Playing freeze tag.
Must be under something.
You're not gonna find
No,
it.
I am gonna find it.
I kind of feel it's weird to me that they're all sure he'll never find it. Like it's possible to find a cricket.
Yeah, crickets are not like unfindable insects.
That's not the thing that people know about crickets. It's like they're unfindable.
Whatever happens, you will never find them.
With enough time and money, you can never find a cricket.
No matter how much you look, no matter what you think, they will be gone forever.
A reading from Thessalonians.
But so this is his character flaw, I guess, or something where he can't let things go.
Yeah. Let it go. Let it go.
I guess he's a
Jonathan.
little bit like Jack, right?
Yep. So I was just thinking.
Very highly in love because of their work. Be at peace among yourselves.
I mean, it's a good thing for a character to have because it naturally leads to conflict.
Help the weak.
Yeah.
Be patient with everyone. See to it that no one repays evil for evil to anyone.
Oh yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
I remember that. Then he's like, "Hey,
Yeah.
trying to
This
say
is,
something about burning down the house."
this is a classic example of meaning and just like interpreting it. Because everyone in that audience is going to interpret this sermon differently
Yeah.
based on what's happening in their life.
9,261. We are spared. And for that we are grateful. Amen.
Evie's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's weird to know what she's thinking because I definitely didn't have any idea at the time.
That banner says, and they both went down into the water.
Mm-hmm.
Competent doctors.
Is that Kevin and Patty in the well?
Oh God. forgot about the well.
I'll miss a few sermons. But
Even in the afterlife, the water's significant, maybe.
met him doing some
His
missionary
blessing
work.
covered the dry land as a river and kept the rest of that.
But he knows the good book. Better than most.
Oh, right, I forgot about this.
My friend,
Yeah, this is weird.
Pat James.
Yeah, this is where it's like, oh, this is connected to the show we were
Oh, this is
watching.
the leftovers. Oh, I feel like by this point you forgot what show you're watching.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. This was the first, like...
It seemed like a pilot for some other show.
Yeah, it really could have been.
I haven't had the pleasure of meeting
They managed to tie it in, but they had enough story here to just go off on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a man of faith. But when I heard about this place,
Man of faith.
when I heard about what happened, I'd be lying if I told you I understood it. But I understand it now.
Love that.
Because you shared your home with me, I want to share with you what has happened to us, to Mary.
She's excited to be here, folks.
Never recovered.
Thank you, man. We all know what a truly special place we got here. And I know I speak
Yeah, this was weird when he cuts him off
welcome, brother.
Yeah.
and like the music gets eerie
Yeah.
and it's like, what was he gonna say?
Yeah, I
and then
don't
what
know
did
what
this
that
guy think he was gonna say?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. There's like something there. I forgot
Everyone's
about this.
looking like,
Yeah. Like, ooh, that got uncomfortable.
yeah, that's so weird.
Thank you. Thank you. John, so nice to see your face in there today.
Hey, too, but now come on now, Calvin. You gonna make the new reverend here think I never come to church? John Murphy.
John, nice to meet you. Matt Jameson, my wife, Mary.
Pleasure, Mary. Welcome to Jordan. Well, where you two in from?
Maple, New York. It's just outside the city. New York City.
Figured.
I'm not an idiot.
Well, right before Calvin here cut you off, seemed like you were about to share something.
Yeah, there's only one city that can just say the city.
Yeah. Well, San Francisco can say the city.
Can they?
When we came to your town. For the first time in a long time, we feel safe.
Well,
Oh, was he going to talk about the miracle that happened with her?
y'all take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. So do you think? But did that happen yet?
I
Okay,
think
yeah.
so.
It happened the first night they got there.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
already happened.
Sorry.
So is the idea he told the minister that, and the minister's like, yo, you raped her,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
then he was going to tell everybody else, and the guy's like, no.
Just what everyone thought.
That's such an interesting detail that we won't find out anything about for several episodes.
Yeah.
And it's weird to like, all you get in this scene is
Any particular
confusion. And you won't remember when you get the
I
answer
forgot.
or a clue that that's what this was about.
Yeah.
Well, what is a Thessalonian anyway?
Someone from Thessalonica.
So there was that thing where he's just like, "Why did you pick that reading?" And he's like, "Ah, it was predetermined.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
this.
reaction." Yeah.
I remember watching this and going, if he kills this goat in here, I love this show.
Jerry, come on.
I couldn't believe this.
Well, and it's one of those things of like not only this, but people's reaction, and it's
Mhm.
expected, and that's all you get.
Yeah.
And what's weird now that and he apologizes, like
Right.
when we figure out why he's doing this, it still kind of doesn't make sense, right? Because the whole point is he killed a goat on the day of the departure, but he should stick to what happened that day. He didn't kill it in the diner that day.
Right.
But he goes around to random places, so it's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an interesting detail about the sudden departure.
Oh God, I forgot this was in this episode. So weird. They've got this guy to do this like
Yeah.
bizarre tie-in thing. They really didn't need to do that. So strange.
It's probably something from season 1 they wanted to get to.
Yeah.
That's another thing they get back to in the finale is the sign language between them two.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about she has hearing problems. Because with the hearing aids, like, a lot of times it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I remember thinking, like, oh, he's going to like, something bad's going to happen. He's going to reach his hand in here.
Well, why would you think that? From the camera angle and the eerie music?
Yeah.
And the slow build-up?
I think that's where it came from.
Yeah. It's so weird how it's like simple. It's like, there's never been a scene where someone loses something in a garbage disposal and it's not played for tension.
Yeah.
And yeah, is this the bad thing that's supposed to happen? Is that why he's worried?
Yeah.
Like he's gonna lose his hand?
That's what I was assuming at the time.
And it's just so easy.
That's just like, alright. Just don't turn it on.
Yeah, but it's the idea that somehow it'll just turn on itself.
Right.
Other people feed him, you know. He likes Mom's cooking. Back by 10. Be safe.
I wonder why he takes care of that guy. Just like a general sense of charity or something?
Yeah, he's a religious guy, so I think he feels the need to take care of him. I guess I don't even understand why that guy's up there.
I don't either. I thought we would learn like all sorts of stuff about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I was sure that this guy had a long and interesting story to tell, but no.
And I thought he would be dead when the ne'er-do-wells come in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they would have killed him or something.
Yeah, but no. Not at all. This is fucking America.
That's why you get tased.
Yeah, I remember thinking about that, like that whole weird, enforced isolation thing that they have going on.
Yeah, I still don't buy it, but...
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go indeed.
Oh,
that's part of the reason he took the guy food, I think.
Yeah, it was an excuse. Yeah.
That's what's weird about Lindelof and these kind of shows. It's like there's always 2 or 3 things going on at once.
Yeah.
And you don't really realize it unless you're like actively thinking about it.
Right. TV's Mr. X?
Hello. You want to pray?
He's great on the X-Files.
Okay.
It's not his fault when the show gets bad. It's Robert.
Yeah, you think he's just some guy that needs prayer. Well, you don't know who he is.
Yeah, I would never guess the whole slew of shit they get to him.
Oh man, the pie.
The mystery pie!
Mystery pie.
And they cut from him to the pie. I feel like that could have been a clue.
You think that's what it is?
It could have been. I mean, that's where it comes from.
Is that what he says?
I think that's the reveal later, because Erica, she chases down the kid who brings it, and then figures out it's from him.
I'm gonna give you a pie.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a secret pie,
Secret pie.
Yeah.
Whatever I did.
I couldn't believe it was a pie mystery, and I thought like that there was something in the pie or something, but it's really...
Well, yeah, it's the bad thing that's gonna happen. He's gonna eat this pie.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's always weird to eat, like, homemade stuff that's just, like, dropped on your door and you don't know where it came from.
Is it?
I think so.
I do it all the time.
So, yeah, there's Leftovers crossover number 2.
Yeah. And I love it, like, nope, we're not going to deal with them yet.
No. Just waving.
Where'd it come from?
It was on the porch.
It's for your birthday?
No.
There wasn't a note?
Just a pie.
The pie was the
What
note.
kind is it?
Apple, I think.
Looks homemade.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think someone?
I love that it just immediately goes
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to say it because she's laughing.
You know, someone just moved into Dunbar House. Family.
He was
Just
thinking
now?
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Seem nice.
Yeah, I think we ought to invite them over.
From that wave.
Yeah, like that's it. And now we're
You're
gonna
gonna
invite
work
them
on your
over.
Wait, it is his birthday? Wait, so a day has passed now? Is that what happened?
Yeah, because remember Michael went to the guys at night.
Right.
This is the next day.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Because now it's going to be his birthday. So yeah, she must have been recruited before.
Yeah.
There's no way this is enough time for that.
Saw you moving in. I'm John Murphy. We're right next door. Here.
Here's some shit I don't want.
It's so weird to like give the pie to them as though they made it.
Yeah. Well, especially since like if someone is trying to poison him, he's just giving the poison to innocent people.
Yeah.
Say hello to Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, that's a really weird move.
Is everything all right?
Fine, we're just moving in, chaos.
Of course. Well, I'll leave you to it. Just wanted to invite y'all over tonight. Having a little barbecue for my birthday.
That's so... We don't want to crash your birthday.
Oh, no pressure. Just drop
We're
by.
not inviting anyone else, so please come. We have no other friends.
Oh yeah, and
in
Erica's
town.
like you're gonna work on your birthday, like this is part of his job somehow to like interview new people coming in.
Meet. That would have been the time to tell me.
Violet wants
I don't know what that means. Work on your birthday.
That you will text her as soon as I authorize you to do so.
Hello?
I hate you, Dad.
Yeah, that control. Like she's like, I'm fucking out of here tonight.
Yep, that's it. That's the last time.
You're John, right?
Right. This is Erica.
Hey, Erica, how are you?
Evie, Michael, introduce yourself.
You just did, Dad.
Yeah, it's kind of spoiled it.
So are we early or?
No, right on time.
Oh, I thought this was a birthday party.
It is. We don't have any friends. So.
It's true. We're laughing, but it's
I know.
It's uncomfortable.
We laugh about it because it's true.
Yeah.
She's adorable. Thank you. Is she adopted or did your mom fuck a black dude?
Evie.
Like, they would have been great friends if Evie wasn't planning to leave here.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they both hate their lives.
Yeah,
Yep.
But they said that we should leave him on for a couple weeks so the park rangers don't bother us.
Yeah, I feel like Jill would want to join the Guilty Women if her mom hadn't done it.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
No, she's not mine. She's Kevin's.
Oh, she's pretty. So is he.
His secret is moisturizing.
So you have family around here?
Sorry?
In Jordan. I figured someone must have tipped you off about the house. Real estate moves pretty quick around here.
Oh, no, we were just in the right place at the right time. I have a brother, Matt Jameson. He and his wife came out here a couple months ago. He's helping out the Baptist church. You know him?
I just met him yesterday.
Yeah, and that's another little detail, too, right? Of how another show would have connected those two things, like the brother and finding the house, like Erica kind of intimated.
Right.
But it was actually a separate thing where, yeah, she had a brother there, but he didn't tip her off about the house. The house thing came from the auction, which was just a random thing.
Just happened to be going on.
Yeah.
Can I put these in the fridge?
Absolutely.
Maybe by work, she meant, like, cook and stuff?
Oh. Yeah, maybe so.
I don't know what else
He
work
is,
could mean.
Thoroughly icing a cake.
What?
No shit.
Oh God, is that what that is?
Did he just see Patty?
He must have just seen Patty. I didn't even catch that when I was watching this.
We had one just like it.
He's like, that's a custom couch, one of a kind. You're lying to me.
I step on the carpet and I feel this squish. I walk around the corner and
Oh, and this comes back too.
fancy fountain is water.
Oh yeah, this is the story that she laughs about and tells everybody, but you didn't know why, Mom.
But she's wrong. She's wrong.
I open the bathroom door and this wave comes out. A little one, but a wave. And this one is standing in the bathtub with her arms out like Moses. And this one's up on the sink trying his hardest not to get wet. And he just looks at me with this serious face and goes, Evie wanted to know what would happen.
Gets funnier every time.
Yeah, that's a really tragic moment. Like, can you imagine that? Like your moment of crisis being retold as a funny story.
Yeah.
119 days.
They think you're kidding.
Oh, sorry. No, I really was. Travis County unit. Go ahead. Go ahead and ask.
What?
What I did. What everybody wants to know.
Oh, that's none of our business.
What'd you do? Attempted murder.
What happened?
Well, didn't try hard enough.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing.
Kevin's like, I'm gonna be good friends with you. Oh shit. This was never explained.
No, the seizure. My assumption is that it's random. Like she has this condition and.
Evie, come on, baby.
Like, but why bring it up?
Come back.
Yeah, I feels like misdirection to me.
They went away.
She has epilepsy.
Because I remember when she supposedly departed, thinking that this was a sign or something.
No, it's I burnt it anyway.
The pie! They brought us a pie. It's on the kitchen counter.
Oh God, the pie.
Yeah, I thought this was great. It's like the pie has a mind of its own.
Yeah.
And it won't stop until John eats it.
Yeah.
Do we have any more candles back there?
Seems weird to put candles in a pie.
It's a birthday pie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is weird.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, thank you for stopping by. I'm looking forward to getting to know you better, Kevin.
Yeah, me too.
Bye.
See you later.
Don't open it till I'm gone, okay?
Why not?
Because it's the greatest present you ever got. And I don't
Oh
want you to
God,
see.
it's a cricket.
It's a dead cricket.
I would not have guessed that.
Back by 11.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah, 11. That's great.
Sounds great.
Bye, sweetheart.
Seatbelt.
I don't know, it's so weird. I mean, obviously they're pretending because they don't want anyone to be tipped off.
Yeah.
But it's so weird to, like, just leave your family forever and have no, even a fake, like, goodbye or, like, an extra long hug or something or whatever. Like,
yeah, she's just done.
and I guess that's what I never understood about the guilty remnants. Like, what, you know, unless you lost a bunch of people. Like, I can understand Nora being a guilty remnant.
Right.
But I don't really understand some people who, what was so bad that makes you want to leave the people that are still in your life.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
You're not supposed to stay in the doorway.
Oh, you're not?
No, that's old advice. You're supposed to get under something.
Oh, okay.
So falling debris doesn't hit you.
Where is she?
Oh, I was wondering how much time had passed. Okay, so it's been a while.
It's at least after 11.
Yeah. And that was the earthquake.
It's 3 in the morning.
Which was just coincidence?
Now it's 3 in the morning.
He's not responding.
Just call us, Evangeline.
Yeah, what else would it be?
You know where you are.
I mean, earthquakes are happening all the time. If that was the first earthquake,
Right.
Is Evie there with Taylor?
or if an earthquake happened when something significant happened, you could draw a conclusion, but they
Or
happen
did
all the
Patty
time.
cause the earthquake?
You're right. That's the sensible solution.
Because ghosts cause earthquakes. That's like a well-known thing.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
You sure?
They swim out there sometimes. I don't know if they go out at night.
All right, you come with me. You stay here in case she comes back.
She's never done this before.
She'll come home.
She will.
Yeah, more or less.
That's right.
Innocents of the town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't suspect Kevin's there. He just tried to kill himself.
Hell no.
The girls
That's so
were there.
crazy. Like,
Yeah.
meanwhile, he
Mhm.
goes to meet Virgil and tells him about battling his adversary, so he goes and tries to
They're
kill
hiding
himself.
that handprint too. I haven't seen it. It hasn't been obvious there's a handprint yet.
Oh. Has the handprint happened yet?
Yeah, he puts the. It's yeah.
Oh,
there it
yeah,
is.
you're right.
Yeah, he puts the handprint, then he goes and hides when the car comes up.
Right, you're right.
Dad, the water's gone.
That's where the girls went.
Yeah,
God,
the
I
water
so wanted
departed
that-
too.
I so wanted that to be the answer. They went night swimming, and then they got sucked into the crevasse.
Right. Evie's like that fish.
Mm-hmm. She's racked with guilt.
Yeah, that crevasse would make sense.
Right?
It's a logical explanation.
It's like, that's why it's not the answer.
Right. That whole like window rock throwing exchange never really went anywhere.
So that was, I read a little bit of an interview, and what I got from that was, I love the cricket at the end.
Yeah.
That's like Breaking
Great.
Bad with The Fly.
Definitely, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
The rock throwing was just like a physical manifestation of their emotional state. You know, of like wanting to take it out on somebody, kind of a thing. I don't think there was anything rational about it where you could explain it. I think it was just kind of metaphorical or something like that.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's the first episode.
There it was.
And yeah, still pretty. I mean, there's so much going on. They set up just a lot of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's weird. There was like a lot of stuff I forgot about completely.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing about this that really stood out for me, which I already knew just from watching the season the normal way, but it was even more apparent now because of all the things I forgot that they put in here that they reference later. But whatever. They clearly had a plan.
Yes. Oh, yeah, and how detailed the plan was. Like,
yeah.
You know, like the whole idea that the story about the bathtub overflowing, like such a specific detail that ties into the character arcs that's going to go all the way to the very end. So it's like you can't have that in this first episode without knowing where you're going to go, you know?
Right.
So it's clear that they're not making it up as they go along.
Exactly. Now, obviously, it's easier to do that for one season than for, 6 years or whatever, but there's so many things that they clearly had. I mean, it's clear they knew the answers already.
Yeah.
Going in, and they really had to spend a lot of time setting up all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff that I didn't really know was a question.
Yeah.
Or I didn't know that I was supposed to question. You know, I mean, that story I didn't think was going to have any great significance.
Mm-hmm.
And when he said that, I was like, did we hear her even tell that story on screen? Like, I didn't even remember.
I did not remember that story.
No. And it's like, no, it's in the first episode. There it is.
Yeah. And she's doing it in the way that he said she does it about it being a funny story and not understanding, like, and then it gives significance to their looks, you know, the looks the kids give each other, and the Evie saying, you know, yeah, mommy gets funnier every time, you know.
Yep. Exactly. It's like, it's this crazy, like, cover up bond between the kids that, you know, the parents are, like, oblivious about, I guess.
Yeah.
But then, you know, then she says you understand.
So I guess we can get into this idea. It's gonna come up in the finale episode, but like, what happened to Evie?
Mm-hmm.
So my takeaway is that there's, I guess there's 3 ways to go about this, but there's 2 ways I think it could go. The way I think it goes is, what's the grandfather's name? Miles? Virgil. I was close. I guess he molested Evie is what I'm taking away from this.
Really?
My takeaway is that
what?
He's Erica's father, right?
Right.
Okay.
That was revealed finally.
My takeaway is he molested Erica when she was a child, and then he molested Evie, and that's why in the bathtub scene she's so upset. And what makes me get that connection is when they're on the bridge with the daughter, with Evie and Erica says, I don't understand why, Evie says, you do understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I underline the you part of that, as if whatever I'm upset about, you know what this is. Mm-hmm. You've experienced this.
Yeah.
And I'm connecting that to Virgil telling Kevin in his trailer, you know, I hurt John. Which I assume, you know, at first I thought that meant he did something to John, then I thought that meant he did something to Erica, but I'm thinking it meant he did something to Evie. But then I guess I don't know why. I don't know. To me, I want it to come off like the parents don't know what happened. But then if he says I hurt John, then John should know what happened, and that's why he tried to kill him.
So presumably he did know something.
So maybe John knew, but Erica didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
But then I feel like John would have told Erica why he tried to kill her dad.
You would think so.
But then is Erica knows, but she's just not really considering how big of an impact it had or something, or that Evie was always hiding her true feelings about it, so she didn't really know that she was going through so much pain about it. I don't know. Anyway, that's my big idea about what happened, and the fact that it's even ambiguous is classic Lindelof. But what do you think is going on?
It's weird because what you're saying makes more sense, but what I thought was that he molested John.
Well, that's what I thought before.
And that John, like, grew up and killed him. It's crazy that John married his daughter, too.
That's the thing. See, if it was John's dad, when I thought it was John's dad, I thought that's what happened.
That would have been different,
But it being Erica's dad, it doesn't make any sense because John would have been an adult by the time they met.
Right.
You know, and not that adults can't get molested.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if they grew up there in Jordan, they could have met, you know, when he was younger.
Okay, they met when he was younger, and then he molested John when he was a kid, and then John grows up and marries his daughter, and then decides to kill him?
That's what I thought.
Like, years later, he decides, when he's an adult, to, like, finally come back after him?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was what I thought, but I agree it's not, you know, I mean, they don't tell you.
Well, I feel like with your theory, how do you connect what Evie said about you understand to Erica?
I didn't know what that meant.
Okay.
I mean, I thought the idea was like, I thought it was a bit vague, like, on some level, you know I did this, and you were in denial or something. You know, but I didn't necessarily think it meant anything specific.
I see.
You know, I thought it was more just general unhappiness.
Like, if you think hard enough, you would understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. See, I thought it was like, no, you know what happened because it happened to you.
Right. I mean, that would make sense. I could see that. I could see that being the case. But does she? No, I guess not. Now, does Michael know about that?
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
'Cause he's still hanging out with him. Now, he might just be, like, have forgiven him or something, letting him atone or whatever.
Exactly, yeah.
But, yeah, it's weird they don't tell us. It's like they tell us, it took long enough to even find out whose dad Virgil was, which was like, I don't even know why that had to be a mystery. Like, why they couldn't just tell us that. Like, he's their grandfather. Okay.
So I'm on Reddit.
Okay. So Reddit always has the answers.
So here, the title is, Virgil is Erica's grandfather, not father, but is the father of Evie and Michael.
What? No.
So take that.
That's a crackpot theory. No way.
So take that.
Come on, Reddit. What is that, Reddit for the leftovers?
It's, yeah, I Googled, leftovers, Erica, Virgil, molestation.
I find it very strange that, as I was just talking about how many answers they give us, that's like, that whatever happened in the past is the central conflict that leads to the, most of the events of the season. I would think they would tell us that. It's weird that they're so vague about it. I hurt John. Like, that's so vague. But I really thought it meant he did it to him, personally.
Yeah, this is basically saying Virgil's molestation of Erica continued to adulthood, and basically he's the father of Evie and Michael, and John found that out and tried to kill him.
It's like Chinatown. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So is that why
I guess
Erica
that could be true.
Is that why Erica wants to leave because she's still being affected by Virgil? I mean, I don't buy that.
But I thought it was because of John that she was leaving.
Yeah. Well, that's what we thought, but I mean, well, the first response to this crackpot theory is, are you on Adderall?
Yeah, here's the thread about it. It's weird, no one knows.
Why is this a mystery?
I don't get it. There's a lot of people saying he molested Evie, which does seem pretty logical. But I do think it's strange that they wouldn't, like, why not tell us that? I mean, there's plenty of other things that can be unanswered, like life. There's a fact about what happened there, He did something to someone at some point.
At some point, for some reason.
What did he do to whom?
Yeah. When and why.
And when and why. That's what we need to find out. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. Yeah, here's the Erica theory. Why is there I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why is it theories? And, like, the main theories are not even what I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
That is so strange. Yeah, I guess we just don't know. He molested someone, and it was someone involved in that family.
Well, I think he
Presumably.
possibly molested someone. I think that even the molestation's still a
It's
theory.
vague. Yeah, he doesn't really say that. It's our drawing conclusions.
Yeah.
From what he says. Now I think it makes sense. I mean, I feel like that part is almost certainly true as anything on The Leftovers is, but yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird.
And then another idea I had was that Virgil molested Erica, and then John molested Evie.
Oh God!
And that's why
John
she was like,
molested Evie.
well, that's why Evie told Erica, you know why, which is like the same thing that happened to you happened to me. The difference being who did it, basically.
Right.
But I mean, I think it's more likely it's Virgil than it's John. I don't think there's two molesters happening here.
Yeah.
That's too much complication for the story. Yeah, the fact that, like, there's, like, a million things going on in this show, and I don't know why that's a mystery.
Yeah. That's yeah, exactly.
It's really strange that they decide to, like, hide that. And the idea that Virgil could be the grandfather, I don't think he's old enough to be Erica's grandfather.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be like 40 years older than her at minimum, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, she's 30s and 40s, so he'd have to be 70s and 80s. Well, I guess he could.
I mean, it's biologically possible, I think, but didn't she specifically call him Dad?
Yeah, and then like,
wasn't that when we got our answer? I mean, can we really?
Yeah, and that would mean that he's the kid's great grandfather.
Or did Michael say your dad?
Somebody said Dad.
Yeah, it was really specific. It's not like you would just call him Dad if he was actually a grandfather.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't really make sense.
A lot of people are saying Virgil molested John, but I think that's just from that line.
Yeah, well, that's why I thought that from that line. That's the information we get about it.
But here's the thing. I think about The Leftovers. Think about how cryptic the show is. Mm-hmm. And think about what would it, okay, so they're gonna tell you one thing. They're gonna set up an idea, right? Okay, it's most likely not the final idea, right? So just like the story about the water in the tub, like we set up that idea, but there's gonna be a second part that gives us a new meaning, which we get in the finale, right?
Right.
And I think we should expect that, if the first part with Virgil is, I hurt John, then I think we should expect there's going to be a second part which gives new meaning to that. And I think the second part is Evie telling Erica, you know why, or whatever the line was that she wrote down. You understand, yeah. So I think that has to mean something, and I think that should make us reinterpret something. And I'm gonna have it mean that we should reinterpret who Virgil hurt.
Right.
Or I mean, like, what hurting John meant.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. I mean, it can't really be disproven. And yeah, my assumption that, because, well, I mean, to me, the story was, so in the first episode, the one we just watched, like, we find out that, John tried to kill somebody. Then we learn that it was him and he's part of the family. He's somebody's parents. Again, I don't understand why that was a mystery.
Yeah.
Like, why they let it go so long where it's, like, vague what his relationship is. He's a grandfather to the kids, but beyond that, they don't tell us. Then we find out, okay, he's her father, and then he says he hurt John, so I took that to be the final reveal. Saying that, but obviously, I mean, him doing it to Evie would hurt John, so, I mean.
And here is a Reddit post that says, Virgil molested, Michael.
Oh, great, of course. Of
yeah,
course.
and like Michael forgave him.
If there's anyone left, maybe they got molested. Okay.
So yeah,
Well, that's possible too, I guess.
Yeah, the Reddit post is what happened to John? If you want to look at that. But so they have some lines here that it's supposed to prove their point. So Kevin says Michael's your grandson, Virgil's he is, and his father John, he went to prison for attempted murder. Virgil says he did. So what did you do to him? Virgil says I hurt him a long time ago, and then he hurt me back. Kevin said John. Oh, this is another scene then. My son took you to meet his grandfather. Yeah, Virgil, he helped me. No, Michael wouldn't do that. Listen, man, he did. I swear he did. So this is after Kevin came back from the dead. John says, prove it. Kevin says, the old man told me what he did to you. Kevin says, I'm so sorry. No one should ever. John says, man, shut the fuck up. That's a lie. He didn't do nothing to me. You don't know shit, which I think is true. That was the first clue. I forgot about this. That made me think, okay, we had it wrong. They intimated that John was molested. And this scene seems to be classic defense mechanism that, he doesn't want anyone to believe it. But I think it's actually true because I know how Damon Lindelof writes. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, no, he's actually being truthful. Like, nothing actually happened to him. And then there's another scene where Erica says, where have you been? Michael says, your dad's. So there's the line you were talking about.
Yep.
Erica says, I told you not to go over there anymore. Michael says, I won't. And this guy summed it up. He says, now we know that Virgil was Erica's father and that John denied being molested by Virgil. Possibilities. John is lying, was molested by Virgil. Virgil molested Michael and was forgiven by Michael. There's a quote, Michael says, everyone who asks for it deserves it. I guess forgiveness. Mm-hmm. And then the third is Virgil molested Erica, possibly fathered Evie and Michael. Mm-hmm. And then the fourth is Virgil molested Evie.
Why are all of those possible?
4 possible answers from 3 different scenes. We have to...
That's so ridiculous.
Oh, that doesn't make sense. That almost made sense of John being out of the picture. Like he attempts to kill Virgil and he's out of the picture for 6 years, right? Mm-hmm. So that could have been the time that Virgil molested somebody, one of the kids, because John wouldn't have been around. But then it kind of doesn't make sense.
He went to prison for shooting him for the molestation, right?
Classic time travel paradox. Classic paradox. Cause and effect. No. Yeah, that's why I said it almost worked, but.
Yeah.
So could he have. So maybe Virgil. God, why is this a mystery? I mean, I feel like Jacob's Cabin is easier to understand.
Yeah.
So maybe Virgil molested Erica when Erica was a child.
Could be.
And as adults, Erica and John get married. Erica at some point tells
maybe John didn't know about it before.
He didn't know about
it. Which would make it less strange that he
Which
was
is
married.
Something you wouldn't necessarily tell somebody
right
away. So, but then once he finds out, he tries to kill him because he, quote, can't let things go.
Right.
And then he gets sent to prison. And then while he's in prison, Virgil molests Evie.
Oh, God.
And then maybe nobody knows but Evie.
Okay.
And so, but then that creates this, sadness in her that never goes away.
Right.
And so maybe, I wonder if John even knows about Evie. Mm-hmm. Does he just know about Erica, or does he know about Evie, or is it 2 molestations? Is it 1? Is it 0? No, it's got to be at least 1.
At least one.
It's at least 1 something. We keep assuming it's molestation. I mean,
that was the implication.
What if it's like, I baked a pie one time that was really bad. This pie was not good. It wasn't cooked in the middle. I was ashamed. Yeah. I didn't realize how mysterious all this was.
Yeah, I don't really understand why this is still open. 'Cause this seems like This seems like something you would say, because, like, what purpose does it serve to not tell us what happened? I mean, can't it just help us, like, especially because it's not like The Departure or whatever where, like, there's no way anyone can know, you know? People know, like, the people involved in the various incidents that may or may not have happened know whether they happened or not, you know? So, like, this is a fact that could easily just be stated by a character. So I don't understand why they wouldn't do that.
See, I don't think it could be that if Virgil molested Evie, then I don't think John knows about it. Because
it's just weird that he tried to kill him and it wasn't for molesting Evie.
Well, yeah. I mean, it can be two things, right? I mean, that's
it
less
definitely
neat.
can be. It's just
less
like
neat,
kind
but
of
like
strange.
Because I feel like if he yeah, I feel like John can't know about him molesting Evie unless that's the reason he went to. But if he went to jail for that. So Evie's young, Virgil molests her, John finds out about it and tries to kill him, then he goes to jail and he comes back. I guess that could work, but then it doesn't, and then when Evie tells Erica, you understand, it means you know what your dad did to me.
Right.
Wow. Why is this so crazy?
Yeah, it's really strange.
Here's, so this is something Lindelof apparently said in an interview.
Did he say something about this? This is what we need.
So he says,
to do it.
I'm assuming this is true. This is Reddit repeating what he said.
Okay.
I think clarifying it is kind of unfair. This is not meant to be some huge epic mystery, but in terms of the timing of it all, there's a possibility, fingers crossed, of telling more stories with the Murphys, and I'm not concealing the information for the sake of concealing it, but the degree of specificity in the show is the specificity that we offered. A lot of people started assuming Virgil was John's father, so I'm really glad there's that line of dialogue in the finale that makes it clear he is indeed Erica's father, but that's the only plot point where I would want there to be significant clarity. In terms of the chronology, I think it's pretty obvious that Virgil is the person that John shot, but the specific series of events that led to John shooting Virgil, I don't think it's fair for me to say in an interview with you, well, here's what happened. Well, it's weird that he says it's not supposed to be a huge epic mystery.
But he's saying, I'm not going to tell you.
And he says, I'm not concealing information for the sake of concealing it. But he is. You're concealing it because you want to reveal it later.
Yeah. So we're going to find out in season 3? Is that really what's going to happen? Like, this is a lingering mystery from this season? Like, it's just weird because it feels to me like the plot revolves around that.
Yeah.
And so it's strange to leave it to next season. Cause like what, I mean, I just feel like by next season, like who's gonna...
Well, here's the thing. If Virgil says he hurt John, but he actually molested Erica or Evie, I feel like if he only molested Erica, saying he hurt John isn't quite right.
Doesn't work, yeah. I agree.
I think it makes a little bit more sense if it's Evie.
Yeah.
It makes the most sense if it's John.
Definitely.
But I don't think it's John. I don't see, I guess it could happen, but I don't see the circumstance in which John, not being his son, gets molested by him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless there's some sort of backstory where they spent time together for some reason. Mm-hmm. You know, Virgil has a farm or something he worked at, or like there's some reason they would have been alone together or something.
Right. Yeah, I mean those things are possible. I've seen that portrayed. If I don't know, various scenarios where parents are watching other people's children.
Yeah.
That's what I would imagine. That's what I did imagine. Now the weird thing is him marrying his daughter, like...
What?
John marrying Virgil's daughter, like John marrying Erica. Like, if, you know what I mean, if he's molested as a child by this man, it's weird to marry his daughter later. But then it's like, well, I mean, it's not her fault, you know. I guess it's possible.
Seems like it might be a impediment to the relationship.
It must have been awkward.
Family Thanksgivings are a little awkward, yeah.
Yeah. And then I think the other thing that's strange is that, like, it seems like he just woke up one day and was like, I'm gonna go kill him now.
That's why I feel like, I mean, it could have been something if he's molested as a kid and then he snaps later in life for some reason.
Yeah.
But I think, and maybe it's connected if he was molested as a kid and then later he sees Virgil going after Evie or one of the kids and it doesn't actually happen, but he snaps at that point and tries to kill him.
Right.
Are Michael and Evie twins? Did I make that up?
Oh, that sounds true. I think that's true. Unless I made that up from what you said. Let's see. Oh no, now I'm reading the wrong. Let's see. Yeah. She says they're twins.
Okay.
That's what Wikipedia says. Fraternal, obviously.
And I think, okay, yeah. I think Patty mentioned something about implying that Virgil was a pedophile, right?
Yeah.
So that would imply that whoever he molested was a child.
Was a child, yeah. That's what I had assumed. So yeah, that does seem like, I mean, not necessarily, of course, but the whole, like, molesting Erica as an adult scenario.
Yeah, and why would Erica want to leave? And actually, maybe that ties into why she was worried about Evie being okay if she left.
Mm-hmm.
If she knew that Evie was molested and was worried about her well-being if she wasn't around.
Yeah, I thought she was just gonna be sad because her mommy was gone. I didn't think it was this whole thing. That's like, yeah.
I guess we still don't know why Virgil had any powers.
Yeah. Did he have powers?
Well, he seemed to know things, right?
Did he know things? No, I don't remember. What things did he know?
Remember when he met Nora and he was like, I'm sorry for what happened to you.
Oh, yeah, that shit, yeah.
Yeah, like that, he did that thing twice, I think. That, like, vague knowing things.
Right. The, like, pseudo-psychic reading, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that.
And he knew about battling adversaries for no apparent reason.
True, yeah, that whole mythology, which is possibly true. I guess.
And, and there's something to be said for if Virgil was only in Kevin's hotel afterlife sideways thing because he expected him to be there.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering about that. If he, because he wasn't there the second time.
Yeah.
Whether, like, everybody goes there when they die, it's kind of like with the Flash Sideways. Like, is it for everyone, or is it just that's just his thing, Kevin's thing?
Yeah. Yeah, this show is so dense with weirdness, all from one small idea of the sudden departure.
Yeah. And it's weird how, like, a lot of the weirdness doesn't even connect to the...
It's not even related. Necessarily, yeah.
Like, it's just other stuff that's going on. But yeah, I love that scene when Kevin goes to, like, okay, I'm ready to battle the adversary, and he's like, here, drink this. Like, what is it? It's poison.
Poison. Great.
What'd you think it was?
Yeah.
Like a magic potion? Like, yeah, it's your supposed
to die. What do you think,
die.
It's an aperitif? Yeah.
It seems obvious when he says it, but that felt like a lost moment.
Yeah.
It's like, why did you think it was something else? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. I just came across the poster for The Leftovers. This is the season 2 poster where like Kevin is underwater reaching up and like Nora is reaching down. I just noticed because I paid attention and looking closely, his leg is tied. There's a rope tied to his leg.
Oh really?
Yeah, and I'm like, wow.
Seen that?
Was this out before the season started? Because that's a huge hint.
It is. It is. Although I think we find out about that in the second episode, right?
Yeah.
So it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
But let me see. Oh, you're right. Wow.
Yeah, I never saw that. I never saw the rope.
I didn't either. Wow.
Yeah, interesting. And it's not Nora who saves him.
Not at all.
Does she?
Or
or insert emotion. Yeah, wow, there's so much to talk about. So let's let's go to the second episode and continue this.
Oh man, we're gonna really jump forward with this. This is so weird.
I wish we had time to do the whole season.
The whole fucking season.
It would be nice, because I think it's interesting. There's so much detail on this show.
There are many moments along the way that are very interesting.
Yeah.
But that first episode was great. Like,
yeah, that was fun.
It was clearly really well done. Watching it again, it holds up and it has stuff you didn't remember was there. Unless you're much more attentive than I am.
There's only so much you can remember, and there's just...
Yeah.
You're so packed full of everything.
Yeah, I'm watching other shows, and then it's 10 weeks later.
Yeah.
You get to this other thing, and then you're supposed to remember this, like, little thing from the first episode that they don't really necessarily talk about again.
Yeah.
Until the last one. You know?
Yeah. All right. So, are you ready?
I am ready. Let's do this.
All right, everybody, get your players ready if you're going to sync up with this. What's the episode title for this one?
Oh, I just saw it.
A Bridge in Jordan.
I Live Here Now.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think when I saw that, maybe that's also part of why I thought the end meant they were going to stay there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. But maybe here's just a state of mind.
Well, of course. It always is.
Isn't it, though? All right, here we go. Ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Let's do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. H-Bow. I would love if they remix this song. I don't mind the sentiment. I don't mind the words. I just don't really like the tone. It's a little too chipper, and like, I don't know. It's not somber enough to me for the ideas of the show.
Yeah. I think there comes a point with every show that I like, because I'm kind of obsessed with title sequences. Like, I enjoy watching them. There's a familiar feeling that goes with, watching them every time the show comes on, and it kind of building that sense of anticipation.
Yeah.
I think I grew to like this, maybe just because I like the show so much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard for me to distinguish, but it works for me, even though I agree it has a fairly bright tone.
Yeah, I think the visuals are great. I think it totally fits in. It makes sense. I just, I don't know if you ever watch Weeds, but I think every episode Weeds, I don't know if it's every season or every episode, Weeds had a different version of their title sequence, which I thought really worked. So they would change the genre of the song, which was cool.
Yeah, The Wire did this thing where they had the same song every season, but they had a different musician do it. So it was a completely different style, and it worked. It was pretty cool.
All right. There's a lot of black here.
Oh, right. I remember this started with, like, a ton of black screen. And we're back to this. This makes it feel like we get answers really fast.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah, last time they were just here.
Oh, you want to know what happened to Evie? Well, here it is.
Here it is. Second episode, right?
It's a whole journey to get here.
Hey! Are you the new neighbors?
Uh-huh.
Good. We're never going to see you again.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Don't open it till I'm gone, okay?
Cricket.
Why not?
Because it's the greatest present you ever got, and I don't want you to make a scene.
Is it the greatest?
Happy birthday.
It's not that great. Come on.
I mean, he's not going to enjoy it when he opens it after she's gone.
Yeah. Would she even like? Would he even like it? Like when she's
she wasn't
still there?
Yeah. Well, if it was the actual cricket, probably.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Which I love that immediately they're like, it's
No.
just, he just found a cricket.
It's not that easy. It wasn't
Yeah.
just that was the cricket. No.
Because you can never find crickets, remember?
Crickets are not findable.
They're like
a known
leprechauns.
fact.
And then this again.
They go back to this, yeah, stoic.
I like that
art.
they showed one of them at least having doubts and
Mhm.
like actually having emotions about this.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it is.
And they're pretty young, so I mean,
Mhm.
it's definitely like an intense thing to do. With
I mean, yeah, out of three of them, one should at least be like,
Yeah.
are we doing the right thing or whatever? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, that's why they're not talking.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I just realized, even though I thought it was more of a reflection of their state of mind, not they're practicing being a guilty remnant.
Yeah.
I didn't actually think about that.
Yeah. So weird that it's backwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she didn't like write it backwards so that it makes
Mhm.
sense in the mirror for her.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is when the girls go swimming and then the earthquake happens and then the water gets sucked down in the hole with them, right? Right? They're gonna get sucked
Yeah.
into the hole.
Yeah, because Ghost Patty makes an earthquake, and
So she's a powerful adversary.
and that's what causes them to get sucked down the hole, and getting sucked in the hole make them departed.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
So that's why the music was playing, and the phone was in there.
Because they set it up like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, this
And-
is great.
I just realized that Perfect Stranger guy faking the departure is a setup, in a way.
Yeah. There it is. That's why they showed that.
I didn't even think about that. That's so, it felt like such a throwaway.
Yeah. Yeah, good call.
Fuckers.
And then that happens.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
And the idea that he just happens to not remember until he comes
Yeah.
back from the dead is really convenient.
Super convenient. Standard, like.
And I don't really know why.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean,
Of
he
all
didn't-
the memories
he
he
didn't remember
didn't
doing
have.
a lot of the stuff he did before he jumped in.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's right. He's in a fugue state. So.
Exactly. So I think that's the explanation, but I agree that it's convenient. As is the earthquake.
Yeah.
Good time.
And it, like, this drains fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's a great cut.
Yeah. Wait, so an earthquake happened when he came back from the dead?
It looks like it.
I didn't remember that.
I didn't either. Michael was there immediately, too.
Yeah.
His version of it.
Well, he's like camping out or something, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's like got a whole setup over there.
I guess he was waiting, like, to see how long this would take. Yeah, I don't know if that earthquake was real or if that was just some sort of cut between the two scenes. Or was that earthquake actually happening in this
I mean, it looked like it was happening. But yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Holy shit.
Miracle Water.
Is it Miracle Water or is it just... Oh, yeah, it probably is, because that's just a...
That's the bottle she got it in before.
refillable water bottle. You're right, that is the bottle.
Yeah.
Wow. Time back to the pilot again. In ways no one needed to notice. Yeah. Were you dead? Yeah.
Yeah, state the obvious. Well, and that's the thing, like the poison, did it kill him? Did it put him in a coma?
Yeah.
Did it give him a bad headache?
Yeah.
And it worked. Did you bury me? My grandfather told me to.
So he's a bird?
That does make it seem like he's a bird. Or just burying things is like a good idea. And if the buried thing lives, then it's a good thing.
You went.
Well, if it lives, you can make a wish and it'll come true.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
Well, now if the wish is bad,
Fair.
a wish doesn't have to be good.
Yeah. I mean, it's good for the person who gets the wish.
Sure. It
I mean,
depends on what they get.
Monkey's paw or whatever aside.
Yeah, exactly.
He did help, but he also, like, didn't really have the best answer.
Mm-hmm.
The best answer came from the dad via Australia on the TV.
Yeah.
I saw her somewhere else. I gotta talk to you.
Oh, right, he just remembered. Like, somehow going through that whole experience made the fugue states. Like, I wonder if he also remembers what he did in his fugue state in season 1.
Yeah, it seems like it unified his issue.
Yeah.
That's going to be the question, is he sane now, or is he still going to have mental issues?
Mm-hmm.
Coffee pot. What are you drinking?
The last of the coffee?
Cold coffee.
Yeah, I like the idea of, like, he could have been drinking, but it's not coffee.
Yeah. Oh, and you know, they establish in the pilot that he doesn't drink also.
Why would I?
Good call.
Yet another fucking thing. It's like they planned this.
It is like they had months and months and months to connect all the dots.
And you know, I had forgotten about the present too.
Yeah.
Like by the time they got to this, I was like, oh, she gave him a present? What?
Open it or I will.
Mm-hmm.
It's my birthday present, and I'll open it when I'm ready.
I love that.
Yeah.
Any
fuck
other
that.
show, it would have just been drama about that.
No.
It was like, no, I'm going to open it.
Yeah.
We're going to get this out of the way. It's the finale.
Yeah, we don't have time to sit here and argue about whether or not we're going to open it.
And then this response, I'm like, what the hell is in there?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
It's a tiny version of Evie. She's been in the box the whole time.
Hi, guys!
It's a Twilight Zone episode.
Maybe the people didn't depart. They just turned really small.
In boxes.
And
right,
in
classic.
boxes.
She found it.
No.
Nope.
No. I love that.
No, she.
And again, it's classic Lindelof shuffle. Like,
Yep.
did she find it or didn't she find it? It's up for you to decide.
Appeared. I was here when you and Michael went to find her.
Because this explanation, it could have been, how do you know that's the same cricket?
True. True.
She must have caught another one and put it in the box.
Like, people's explanations mean very little on Lindelof shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know this because of that, and it's like, yeah, neither thing has to be true.
So that line has to mean more. Like, he wouldn't let it go. So I want to tie that to the Virgil stuff.
Yeah, oh, I think so. I think so. I mean, obviously he takes it very seriously.
So if Virgil molested him, I think that's a great response. Fuck
Yeah.
you for telling me I should have let that go.
Yeah, definitely. And, like, would she tell him that he should let go Evie being molested?
I would say no.
That would seem weird to me.
Yeah.
John?
What happened?
Print on the car that Evie disappeared.
Oh, right, the handprints.
You know how we told you.
We didn't get to watch that part, but
Mm-hmm.
there's the handprints.
You weren't.
It's really frustrating how, like, that's a whole source of suspense, but it just barely has time to matter.
Yeah, which I think we hypothesized before, right?
Yeah.
When we were like, it's not gonna matter that much. Something else is gonna take focus. I love this.
Oh, yeah, this is really weird.
He's like, I've been here for 10 episodes. Who are you?
Yeah.
I'm Lori.
I was in season 1, so...
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Well, I'm John. I live next door. Is Kevin home?
No, he's...
What's going on?
Oh, hey, Joe. I'm looking for your dad.
Why? What's happening?
Well, I just need to talk to him. You know where he is?
No, but I'm sure he'll be back.
Are you?
Because
What?
would he choose this moment to leave forever, even though he could have left after he gave me the handprint?
Mm-hmm.
Yikes, coming back from the dead. I love this. Like, no one, like, has time to question why he looks like he just crawled out of the ground.
Yeah, just like, well, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna...
Classic Kevin.
Ignore that,
The
yeah.
old Kelvin.
Oh, Kelvin. What are you doing, Kelvin? Crawling in the dirt, Kelvin.
Want to talk?
No, we probably should talk somewhere neutral.
Switzerland?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll give you a ride.
It's not very neutral if you give me a ride.
Everything's okay. Stay here. Everything's fine.
Oh, right, the neutral place is like the dog kennel?
Yeah, I mean, neutral means somewhere your family isn't here.
Mm-hmm.
Just listen to what he has to say.
I'll be all right. Stay here.
I'm a shaman, don't worry about it.
Jill's got a shoulder problem.
Yeah, it hurts.
Did she do something to her shoulder that I forgot about?
Holding that baby. It's a lot of
That
work.
heavy baby.
Her shoulder and back's hurt.
What's wrong with your shoulder?
I think she's just standing like that.
Is that just like, is that acting?
She's acting.
Okay. I gotta remember to do that. If you're acting, just hold your shoulder.
Yeah. Well, when it's motivated.
Right.
Where have you been?
Your dad's.
Your dad's.
Your dad's, that's the answer. Well,
told you not to go
an
over there
answer.
So not to go over there anymore means there was a point you could go over there and
Yeah.
then something happened. So
Yeah.
it shouldn't have been before he was born.
That's a good point. That's a
God, I
good
gotta play
point.
detective in this thing.
Go inside and get changed.
Unless, like, he was going over there secretly, and then they found out about it, and were like, you can't go over there anymore, because he had been going there. You know what I mean?
Shut up. Trying to solve this mystery.
I mean, what you said makes sense. That's a mirror from the first episode, too.
Yeah.
The whole porch wave thing.
You're gonna have to talk to me.
I guess your shoulder's okay now.
What did you just say?
I said you're gonna have to talk to me.
I have to talk to you.
I know, I deserve that, and I know that you're angry.
No! You don't know shit.
I know that your father's not doing very well right now. He's got some serious problems, Jill, and I'm sure you know that too. I came back here looking for your brother, okay? And your father asked me to stay. He asked for my help.
Oh, that was a weird reveal that I didn't expect from the episode with the brother, that, like, he's not actually Kevin's son.
Yeah. I think we knew that.
Did we know that? I
I
forgot
think we knew
about
that from season 1 somehow.
Oh, and I just forgot. So it wasn't a reveal, it was just reminding us.
Yeah.
Because I had forgotten, so obviously I needed it.
I'm pretty sure we knew that from season 1.
Okay.
He said that we should.
Now that you say it, it sounds true. And they are gonna sit in that fucking house until the end of the show.
Yep.
That's it. She came all the way here, and I feel like her only purpose for being here is to be in that shot at the end.
Yep.
Because, like, I thought she was gonna have some big confrontation with Meg, but that definitely doesn't happen.
No.
It's not clear that she has any idea Meg.
She didn't even know Meg's coming there.
Yeah.
I love this. A little comedy at the end.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she went the wrong way at first.
Yeah.
It's like, no, wrong button.
Yeah. Minus, not plus.
So as soon as I saw this scene, I'm like, okay, Mary's gonna wake up.
Yeah.
Because I kept thinking, why is this actress on the show?
Yeah.
Like,
she's
why
actually a
is she...
series regular, and I was like, man, she's a series regular to just like sit in a chair and stare blankly most of the time.
Yeah, and once they showed her in this, I'm like, this is the finale. Okay, she's gonna wake up.
That's really logical, but I didn't expect it.
Oh, this is another classic date.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I love the button. I love how they reel you in, and then there's something at the end that tells you it's all bullshit.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of like that whole lens thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's the demon Azrael. Like, oh, okay, never mind.
She was talking real sentences. Before any of our friends. I bragged about it. That's what proud fathers do.
And like, is this even on the radio? Like, is she imagining this?
It really does it seems like it was scripted for her to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And your wife? She said it would hurt too much. Now I told her we could start over. It's a new life. It'll help us, you know.
Don't forget, guilty remnant.
You shouldn't forget. Never forget.
I'm gonna have to side with your wife on this one. She's not ready. That thing inside all of us, that mechanism that allows us to love, your wife's, it's broken. And a new baby's not gonna...
Yeah, she's really buying into it, and he's gonna ruin it.
Jesus.
One thing is clear, Nora is not religious.
Yeah.
I love the original departure.
I know.
It's that Jesus. He's like, alright, I will.
That's it. She actually smashes the radio. She hated that so much.
And then they show the Virgin Mary falling. Mary statue. Yeah, that radio's done. I don't want any more of you, radio.
Mm-hmm. Never again.
Yeah, and then once the earthquake happened, I'm like, yeah, here comes Mary.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny, the Virgin Mary. Yeah.
Oh. So they're just staying in the place where Matt was living before. I think
so.
I didn't really understand that Nora was just like down the block or whatever.
I had no idea where she was going when she left. Yeah.
I had the impression that she was like in a motel somewhere. But
yeah.
Where's Matt?
I guess not.
Yeah, and I was so convinced before this that Matt had made it all up.
Mm-hmm.
I should have known better.
I thought it was really ambiguous, but I was surprised she woke up. And they like specifically had her confirm the previous waking up.
Yeah. Well, they don't want their character to be a rapist.
Right. Yeah.
There's only room for one rapist in the show.
Yeah, I know, and there is a mystery about that. Yeah, he's doing fine.
I guess he is. He's getting everything he needs out here.
Yeah, what more do you want? It's like, frontier life. It's fine.
Yeah. Better than frontier life.
Yeah, it's true. They have
electricity and running water.
Toilets, yeah.
Stockades.
Yeah. Standard.
That baby's like, whatever.
Mm-hmm. I don't even want to be an actor.
I'm confused, but okay.
You have to take her back right now.
What?
Mary, listen. You can't be out here. It's not... You have to go back to town right now.
I don't think he's necessarily right about this.
I can't.
I don't know what he means. Why?
It's not safe out here.
Like
the baby what?
Her baby.
Yeah, but like, what's gonna happen out here?
Like, the baby was some
only
kind of miracle created by being in Jordan or being in that area. I feel like
and if it's not in the area, it's just like Claire's psychic. Like,
yeah,
the baby has to be raised in Jordan.
Within the exactly. Otherwise, it's in danger.
Do you remember?
Baby, you in danger, girl.
You woke up. We
had sex?
Yes.
Of course I remember.
Yeah, it's all nonchalant.
Yeah.
Waking up.
And they have her say it, which helps validate it.
Yeah, he didn't like lead her into saying it.
Yeah.
Now, I'll get there soon enough, but you've got to go now.
Tell you what, I'm gonna feed Lily and I'll come back in 10 minutes.
Nora.
10 minutes, man.
Yeah, what could happen in 10 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Probably nothing. Did they ever explain what happened to her? Like why she was in a catatonic state?
She was in a car crash during the departure.
Oh, that's right.
I had to look it up.
I love that. Where'd you steal her from?
Yeah.
Your mama?
That's not your baby. I want to put your baby over there on the ground.
Yeah.
Because that's what you do with a baby. Put it
I guess
there.
it was like, it's not your baby, so I'm going to take it. Oh, by the way, it's not my baby either.
Oops. That's not my baby.
Now I'm a hypocrite. Oh, that's a good reveal. Yeah.
You know her?
Oh, and she's there too.
Yeah.
She's your dad's girlfriend, right?
So why'd you ask if I know her?
She sprayed me with a hose once. I liked her.
Meg has this quality which is treading the line of like being obnoxious, where she's a little too all-knowing.
Yeah.
And like little too cheeky.
Yeah.
Where'd you hear that?
I thought that's the point.
No, Tom.
Yeah, she has a smugness.
Smug, that's it.
Oh God.
Family's everything.
Which is why I'm going to destroy some today.
Yeah, I guess that's ironic. It's she does it.
I
She
feel like
whispers
she
in his
just
ear. She
tells
says
him-
like weird shit all the time.
I feel like she just tells him whatever will fuck him up in the moment.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, that makes
I don't
sense.
know what to believe with her.
That gate is really not sufficient.
No. Somehow it's worked this entire time.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're clearly enough to storm
It's the
through.
anniversary of the departure. It's a time for the town folks to be with themselves, reflect.
My Ray-Bans disagree.
I'm sorry?
I love this line though. What are you reflecting on? How special you are?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a temple closing down on Christmas. Not really your holiday, don't you think?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but unless you have a wristband or dispensation form, I'm going to have to ask you to turn around.
I have 35 pounds of plastic explosive. Will that work?
I wonder what the explosive is for.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah, if you listen to a podcast out there, guys, and after this episode is over and they ask, what is the explosive for, please stop listening to that podcast because they won't help you solve this show. They have no idea. It's fairly clear there's no explosive once Erica looks in the van and says there's no explosive. And I think the fact that it's 35 pounds is important because it should be enough to find fairly easily. Not like 2 pounds or something.
A tiny, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot.
Like any other, if this was reality, she'd be shot immediately. There's no, like,
Yeah.
Especially since she doesn't clearly have any trigger on her. Like, they would just shoot her.
She wasn't Liv Tyler.
I think you mean Arwen.
I forgot Arwen.
So when she left with the elves, this is where she went to.
Oh God. It's a weird world.
Yeah. She's really upset about
I remember thinking they were all gonna have like bombs on their vests.
I thought there was gonna be bombs too. Yeah, until there wasn't.
Yeah. And then it's just like they're gonna stand there. It's weird.
So I forgot to care about where Liv goes after this because she gets arrested and then you don't see her.
And then she's out because they show her at the end. So she escaped at some point.
Oh, she's out. Okay.
Yeah, because she's in that visitor center and she has a little scene with Kevin.
Tell me where my daughter is, and I'll let you take
So
it off.
John was gonna shoot his dog. That's what I was assuming.
What?
Well, he came to where his dog is. I thought if he didn't tell him where his daughter was, he was going to shoot the dog.
Oh! That makes sense, actually. I did not assume that.
She and her friends to make it look like.
And you know this how?
I saw her do it.
This is what I wanted him to do episodes ago when he originally took the handprint. Just like admit to it. It's gonna sound crazy, but
yeah. Well, he didn't remember.
True.
Now, I want you to tell me the truth. What made you remember?
Yeah, that's even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why did you remember? Oh, do we have to get into that? Not only did I die and come back to life, but there was this guy involved.
A problem. Michael took me to his grandfather's.
I do wonder if molestation is off the mark, and what if Virgil did something like that to John or something?
Listen, man, he did. I swear, man, he did.
Like John needed something, and so Virgil tried to help him, but it backfired or something. Like he poisoned him when he said I heard him. Like I poisoned him.
He said the old man told me what he did to you.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Which
Sorry, no one should ever.
I don't know why he's saying that.
He didn't do nothing to me. You don't.
I think Kevin is assuming what he did to him, because Virgil wasn't specific as far as we know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, is there an off-screen scene where he actually knows the whole story, or is it what you're saying?
You saw my daughter.
I think he's assuming what it was because Patty put it in his head he's a pedophile, and he says I heard him.
You came back from the dead.
Because we saw the scene, and Virgil was dead after that.
Right.
So when would he have told him?
But it did.
You're right, Kevin. That can't happen here. But I need you to explain me this. Evie loved her mother. She loved her brother. And she loved me.
Oh, this is what also made me think maybe John molested her.
Would she do this to us?
I don't know.
Okay, well, take a fucking guess.
Maybe she didn't.
What?
Oh God.
Love you.
This is his "What about you" line.
Yeah. Tell it to a guy with a gun.
Who knows what goes through?
Yeah, that's his being stabbed.
Yep.
What about me?
Meanwhile, they just got out on the bridge.
Yep. Now, does that mean something or not?
Does what mean what? Oh wow, they literally.
How about John? It's Evie. She's alive. A little more context.
Yeah.
Nah, we found her dead body.
Yeah, that was pretty vague. See, here I understand why they're running.
Ha!
Bomb on a bridge. I mean, you gotta, it's urgent.
Yeah. Boom! Explosion. Oh,
Yeah.
wait. Sorry.
You have got to let me through. We can't. There's a bomb in the trailer. What? Buddy, you gotta go. John, you gotta get back. The trailer's rigged with explosives. Evie!
Why do they think that's really with explosive? Just because somebody said that?
Mm-hmm. That's why.
Misplaced meaning.
Classic.
Misplaced interpretation.
Can I borrow those?
And I like the fact that Nora actually knows what the girls look like, because everybody else doesn't necessarily know. Especially these people who are outsiders in town.
Right.
What three girls?
Come on, the three
stuff,
girls.
Mary.
Yeah, I know. You're out of your element. You weren't here.
You're out of your element, Mary. You're out of your element.
No. We won't be able to get back in. They're gonna blow up the bridge.
See, like, that's just something he said.
Yeah.
Like,
I just don't get it. Like a boat? Like, I don't understand why the bridge is so critical. I mean, it might be harder to get there, but it's certainly...
Well, and I don't even know why they are cheering if they want to go in. Why are they cheering for the bridge to explode? I guess maybe it's just a morbid cheering of like, we don't really like this place because we're outsiders.
Right.
So blow it up.
Or is that the guilty
How do we care?
remnant people?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they're cheering to get the crowd. Like the bomb was a red herring.
But I did think it was weird.
Yeah, it's on.
October 14th.
Yeah, this is a mirror image scene too.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere else in the world, they knew something had happened.
Yeah.
No. Not until the phones started ringing. Until we turned on our television. We ran.
I still don't want them to address why they've never showed any footage of the departure. Like, I know they don't want to show it to the audience.
Right.
I just want them to address the idea that people in the world should have seen footage.
They
of
must
the
have
departure.
some.
Or they should say, in a strange occurrence, no one who was being filmed at the time departed. Like, just
Right.
no cameras caught it for some reason.
Right.
Which would be another weird, crazy thing.
Definitely. Or they could say, like, there was an electromagnetic disturbance or something.
Sure.
All the cameras are disabled, or...
But even that, that kind of gives some clues to what happened.
True.
So it's like, I kind of understand why they want to address it, but I feel like it's so a part of the world that they need to
Yeah.
address it.
Yeah, I agree.
My mom tells a story. A lot of you have probably
Uh-oh.
heard it.
Oh, no.
She says that there was water trickling down the stairs in our house. And when she followed it up, she saw that it was coming from the bathroom.
I would laugh.
And she swears a wave washed past her.
I think you guys are missing the tone of his story here.
She did say it was a small wave.
Yeah.
Years old in an overflowing tub. My mom says...
Yeah, that's a good metaphor for her overflowing emotions.
Yeah.
My sister said, I just wanted to see what would happen. That's the story that you always tell and everyone laughs. Even me.
It's weird because Michael said that in her version of the story.
That she laughed to protect you, Mom.
Yeah, you're right.
Because it's not the truth. I'm the one who turned the water on. I turned it on all the way because Evie was crying so loud and she didn't want you to hear it. She was crying because we didn't know why our father was gone. Or why he did what he did.
So whatever he did, they were kids.
But she was crying so loud.
See, and if he did it because Evie was molested, I feel like they would know. I mean, maybe they're too young to understand or something, but I feel like that's weird. It makes it seem like she's upset just because he went to prison, not because something
Evie
else
could
happened.
know what happened and Michael not know.
Well, that's true. Shit.
You're
can't
welcome.
win. You think you make progress, and then, but what about? God damn it.
We are the 9,261.
Which I thought was a weird thing to say, because 3 girls have gone at this point, which I thought they all assumed departed. I love that look. You know, busting the church with that look, but that's something going on.
Yeah.
I guess they don't have cell phones.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
I love
it's more
that.
dramatic.
You're not going to stop me.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Like, yeah.
And I like the idea that she's a runner, so you get this scene where her running.
Right. And on she ran.
And I love this is all silent.
Yeah.
And the fact that she's deaf comes back into play.
Yeah.
So they can play this scene silently completely, which is great.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I was not thinking about that at the time.
That's why we did the podcast.
Now watching this, I wonder, do they even, know about the Guilty
Remnant?
Remnant?
I was just gonna say, this was a town that wasn't touched by the Guilty Remnant, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So, they would have had to have heard on the news, but in terms of direct experience, it is a little bit like, she might not even know what's really going on here.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Does she understand the significance of the white and the smoking and the not talking?
Yeah.
Even if she's heard about it, how much does that register on their radar?
Yeah.
Oh god, not you again.
Hey, lady, there's other serious stuff going on.
Plus, this whole camp is full of ne'er-do-wells that you should really pay attention to before Nora.
She's wearing a Bajorn earring.
Yeah, that was totally a Bajorn earring.
Go back to Bajor. Wait, it took an hour for her to find out she was here?
Looks like it.
Jeez. How long was church? And this is weird. It seems like it's a bomb, but it's just a countdown till when they all go inside.
Yeah.
Which I guess is the opposite of the departure. Now I want to see how many people are doing this, because it looks like a whole hell of a lot of them.
They made it seem like a lot.
Yeah, that's a good majority. And then I thought they were all getting naked, which I thought was weird.
Me too. I'm like, okay, they're just crazy. What is the point of this?
And then it's like, no, we're just changing, guys.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, fuck.
Somebody needs some Clorox. These whites aren't that white.
Do the Guilty Remnant believe in Clorox?
Just gonna blow yourself up. Because if that's what it is, I'm not leaving this bridge, Evangeline. I'm not.
Is that the first time we get her full name?
You're just gonna have to blow me up.
Evangeline.
Oh.
Evangeline Lilly.
Oh, that's weird. It makes it seem like that's where that came from.
Mm-hmm.
At least subconsciously. Yeah, I don't know if we did know.
Yeah, I feel like Well, she introduced her as Evie in the pilot, so
Yeah.
for the first episode.
I mean, I guess Evie could obviously be a nickname, but I didn't really think about it.
Evelyn.
Yeah.
Who rigged that clock? Was that always gonna do that?
I think it was one of the guilty remnant. They showed him fiddling with the stuff. I think in the shot with the sun, that he looks over and he
was
sees
wondering
the guy
why they
controlling
kept
the
looking
board.
at him. Okay.
Yeah. That was my assumption. Later.
Oh, there's Matt's home on the Snog.
Yep. He doesn't go there too much.
So that's not everybody, but that's a lot of people hanging
It's a
out
lot.
there. But for how long? I guess the whole time.
That's a long con.
It's a long con. That kind of long. Yeah, and I don't know why the state troopers didn't just start shooting people.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know if that makes sense. You know, I mean, they're not being violent. I mean, if people try to storm a state park or a city, like, do you just shoot them? Or...
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of like half-ass beats people.
Yeah, that was weak, man. That was like that purse snatching guy in Lost.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Like, I don't really want to hurt you.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Come on, give us all the answers.
Explain.
Explain in one couple words. It has to tie to what Michael said. You understand.
Oh, I agree. I definitely think it does. I think that's part of what that scene is about.
The guy's like, what?
But it made it seem to me like she was just upset because, you know, her dad went to prison for a long time.
But here's the thing. I mean, obviously, we just read the thing about Lindelof saying there's more to this, so
Yeah.
there's got to be more to it.
Well, there definitely is more to it, yeah.
Because Michael said, you know, why our dad was in prison and why he did what he did. So
Yeah.
the why should be the answer that's coming later.
Right. The thing I feel like I missed here was like, sort of like
What's the
it's
point
the
of this?
three girls who disappeared. Like they didn't quite. I felt like they didn't make that. I don't know. I expected some big thing about like it's
Yeah.
us. You know.
I thought to let the town know that the girls didn't depart, I thought was going to be important. And it didn't seem like the town as a whole understands that.
No. There didn't seem to be a reaction to that. Oh God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it over here. Worst baby snatcher ever.
I kind of assumed the lady got hit and knocked down and just left the baby or something.
Mhm.
Like, and she is going to a finite place. It'd be different if the lady was running off somewhere else, but she's running into the town, so,
Right.
you know. Have you seen a white lady with a black baby? You know? Like,
Mhm.
probably find it with somewhat ease.
That's not your baby.
And I don't know, like, what the plan is for these people going into the town. Like, are they going there to ruin the town? Do they expect to exploit it somehow? Like, how does everything happen?
Yeah.
And who doesn't pick up a goddamn baby?
I know.
All these people, no one's gonna pick up
That's
a baby.
why I call them harsh names like ne'er-do-wells, because they're really not.
Don't
they're
call them the
really bad.
N-word, please. I love the person who steps on her. Thanks.
Yeah. Just to drive home, like, that baby could have been trampled.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a good moment. This guy's really sympathetic. You know, I
Yeah.
feel like he doesn't get the best storylines.
No.
But he's super sympathetic.
Yeah. He's, like, in all of his storylines, he's such a pawn.
Yeah. That's another line about that there is no explosive in here. He wouldn't have
Yeah.
brought them in there
Definitely.
and said it was safe if there was plastic
Fucking
explosives
A.
in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you see about half the people are guilty remnant. It looks like about half aren't.
Yeah.
Or maybe at least more. Maybe 25 or
It's-
30% is guilty and the
Yeah.
rest is normal people.
Yeah. But it's a lot.
No, it's definitely a lot. I still don't get why, but
I don't get why either. It's really weird. You're gonna sit in this
like,
camp
yay,
and
we
pretend
can
to be
go.
generous.
Like, I feel like the fact that it's open to everybody ruins it. Like, what's the point now?
Yeah.
Like, why is it special? We never found out why it was special, and everyone's
Right.
going in there to do what?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not clear. And then they get in there and it's like, why did we want in here again?
Yeah.
So yeah, here's the point where my
Yeah, this
jaw
is the
hit the
scene I-
floor.
Nice.
And I'm like, are you really? We're back here?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't expect us to go here twice, for sure. First off, Kevin got shot
Yeah.
at this
Yeah.
point.
There's plenty going on in the story. Like, we don't need more
Mm-hmm.
other stuff.
And the idea that he goes back to his Maple and Cop thing, which is interesting because I didn't necessarily think that I didn't necessarily think that was his sort of best version of himself or his best
Right.
identity because he was
Yeah.
having problems when he was that guy.
Definitely. Here, I also thought this is crazy. Here's my idea. I'm gonna try to talk to my dad in Australia on the TV in the afterlife.
When it was clear that the dad was only there because the dad was on a drug trip,
Right.
so it wasn't like he's just there all the time.
Mhm. Just waiting.
But
for
it
him
was
to
interesting
call.
to try.
Yeah.
And then somehow there's no batteries
No
yet.
batteries in the remote.
Didn't he turn the TV on with the remote?
But
Or
like,
did he not?
maybe he hit the switch. I don't remember. But like, if there had been batteries, could he have found his dad?
Like, he wanted to change the channel, but he couldn't.
Mhm. Yeah. Like, that's a weird unanswered question. But yeah, I agree. Clearly, like, there were deep problems
Mhm.
even before the show started.
Yeah.
Even before the departure.
Yeah. Well, he's got a history of mental illness, so
Yeah.
that started. I mean, family history.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
I love this too. Like, they got his name right.
Yep. Oh, right. I forgot he was Kevin Harvey before.
Yeah.
Worst alias ever.
I'll be right there.
Here's the theme
And it was
song.
weird seeing this hotel at night.
Yeah.
It looked a lot less interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it
It
has
just looks like a
less-
hotel for some
less
reason now.
magical, yeah.
Yeah. And this was weird. Then I thought the guy was like talking about the future.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
And I don't know if they needed this flash, but I guess they did.
I
flashback.
gotta be honest, I did not recognize him.
Yeah, that's the thing. I hate when they do that, but he was in such a different context and a different look. I think it makes sense.
When you see him, it's like, oh, it's obviously that guy. But
Yeah.
when they showed it, I was like, oh, it's that guy. So yeah, that's why they do it. I wish they didn't have to, but
Yeah, I mean, especially when he talks to him, I think it would have been clear that was him.
yeah.
We
True,
didn't need
true.
it at the beginning. Like, at this point, we would have been like, oh, it's him.
Right. Yeah, he says it. That exposition
Yeah.
is enough.
Sure, I remember. Uniform threw me off.
And this makes this afterlife seem really weird. That there's just people who are stuck here, who more or less facilitate other people's adventures.
Yeah.
Suppose this crowd could turn on anyone if they can't sing for shit.
And he's in different contexts depending on what the person needs to do.
Right.
And it's weird. This time he tells him what to do, and Kevin gets back. Before he was trying to get Kevin to kill himself,
right.
which wouldn't have got him back. Or maybe would have got him back, but Patty would have still been there. So it's weird that he's helping him now.
Because I deserve to.
And there was a line about the rest of us being stuck there.
Right.
A little.
Yeah, are they the ones that can't move on? Is it like that kind of thing?
But somehow they're being put to work.
Yeah.
Excuse me? If you want to get out of here,
And they know things. It's like
Right.
Christian, like knowing what they need to do
That's
in
what
the
I was
Flash
thinking.
sideways.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid.
I did love that because it's stupid.
Because it's stupid.
Too easy. You pushed a little girl into a well. You don't want to sing?
Yeah, singing's harder.
Especially in front of a crowd.
Mm-hmm.
It's embarrassing. And he turns out not to be the greatest singer.
You know, I always wonder when situations like this, how much the actor is playing like they can't sing well, and how much is it. I bet he could sing if he needed to.
Mm-hmm.
Better than he's going to do in this scene.
Yeah,
You know,
I'll
I'm
buy
sure he's
that.
like a theatrical guy. I'm sure he's sung before. I'm sure he's had voice lessons and stuff. So I wonder how much is it like it's part of what he's acting is like, well, Kevin's not a great singer, so I have to sing poorly.
Yeah.
I always thought that's kind of an interesting thing to have to play as an actor.
That shot is so weird.
The over the shoulder looking behind him, like, why don't you swivel around and look
Yeah,
at
and I was like, what is that guy hiding? Like, what is that shot about? Like, that really threw me.
the guy who gets up and leaves as soon as Kevin's at the mic.
This is clearly not going to go well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot about this scene in terms of the lighting, just what's happening, that reminds me of a David Lynch scene.
Oh, for sure.
Like, it's crazy to have him, he's gonna sing the entire song. We're gonna watch this, he's gonna get to the third verse, and you're like, no, we're gonna hear the whole thing.
Yeah. That, the spotlight, the people who were clearly there just for him.
Exactly.
And facilitating what he's doing.
And this weird, like emotion through musical performance thing.
Yeah.
Like, very Silencio. Now, the thing that I think is something David Lynch would not do, that I think is the thing I don't like, is when they start cutting to stuff.
Yep.
Like this.
I hate that. Especially cutting to exactly what the
literally
lyrics
what he
are.
says. Yeah.
And I think that's the only cuts, right?
There's a couple more later, but that's the worst part. Like, because, I mean, that's the whole thing on YouTube. They've done some of these with, like, literal music videos where they just show, like, exactly what they're saying. And, like, in just regular music videos, I watched a few where they do that. Like, they'll say a line and then they show that thing. It's just kind of cheesy, and I think for me, this song is already going right up to the edge of too on the nose.
Yeah.
And, like, cutting to the stuff that he's obviously talking about is...
Oh, yeah, they do this.
Yeah.
Play the game for, yeah.
Like, it's just too much for me. I feel like just showing him singing it is enough.
Yeah, for sure.
And I wish they had held back, because otherwise I really like this scene. I like the fact that they spend the time to do this. You know, this is the kind of scene that they didn't do on Lost.
Yeah,
And
he
that
looks
you
like
don't-
Ty Burrell so much in this lighting.
Definitely.
Like, Phil, what are you doing? Claire's looking for you.
Yeah, we know he's talking about Nora. I understand.
Yeah, we get it.
It's already too obvious. But that's the kind of experience I can't get with any other show.
Yeah, another thing to point out, since we saw two versions of him coming back to life, is the burying thing didn't matter.
Right. That's just a superstition thing, seemingly.
Mm-hmm. The dog is like, oh, all the dogs are gone. What happened?
Oh shit! Oh, I guess they came in and let all the dogs go,
and then left him there dead.
And left him there to die.
I did not catch before that all the dogs were gone.
Me either.
Did the dogs depart?
That would be weird.
Was it a debarkshire?
Oh no!
Sorry, that was rough. That was rough.
A stretch. That was a stretch. I love that his dog waited, but then it's just gonna leave.
Oh yeah, his cage was open too.
What?
I love the dog he's just getting blood all over the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, this was a great shot too, because you don't know how much time it's been, and it felt like the rapture happened, like the apocalypse came, and he missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I could immediately tell, like, something's on fire.
Yeah. From the sound of the fire.
Yeah, that helps.
I've got this magic power called hearing.
Sorry, I forgot it was the sound. I thought it was just the lighting. But yeah, I guess that's what it was. Oh, and of course it's the sign.
Yeah.
Burn that shit down.
So
They're camping outside and then they destroy it. It's so weird.
Yeah, they were like, well, we couldn't come in, so now we're just going to destroy it.
Fuck you. Like,
I mean, obviously the Guilty Remnant, like, incited this, right?
Yeah. But it seems to me like the Guilty Remnant didn't do the most destructive stuff. Like, they brought the people in. You know, but it seems to me like they're just chilling in the visitor center. Well, you don't really know that, but I'm just inferring it based on what we see the other people doing and what we see the Guilty Remnant doing.
I assume they brought the people in to do this, like to tear it down. I mean, but maybe they didn't need incitement. But I assume the Guilty Remnant was like, tear it down, guys, and they're like, sure.
Yeah, I could totally see them doing that. That seems like.
And why are they in the? Why are they in here?
I don't know, but this scene is creepy.
And why didn't they turn that off?
They really should turn that off. They're just like letting it play like that. This is like the worst sleepover ever.
There's no sleeping bags. There's no s'mores. Everything smells like smoke.
Yeah, and they're just like on the ground.
And why is he just standing there?
Yeah,
it's a great shot, but there's no motivation.
No.
And then she just happens to know somebody came in, and I feel like they're vampires.
Yeah, that's what it feels like a den or a nest or whatever they called it.
What are you doing
here? Witches are in.
What are you doing here?
What are witches in? Covens?
Covens, yeah.
I live here now.
Oh, that's the line. Titular line.
And then she sings to him as if like, I know you just sang, so I'm gonna sing to you.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised that she actually learned this song, because this is like the miracle song.
Yeah. Well, it's creepy if she sings it back.
It's definitely creepy.
Yeah, I was glad he saw the girls.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm dying, so I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I got the idea. I don't.
Yeah, what are they waiting for? And like, where did everybody go who was in the town destroying stuff?
Well, I think.
And why weren't there more police?
Because I think they're still like partying and I think we're gonna see some cops run by here in a second.
Okay. Oh yeah, he gets the stick. Oh yeah, I forgot about the guys.
Yeah.
The people just having sex, because now It's a free-for-all because I don't know why.
Anything goes because I don't know why. Yeah, there's the cops.
Yeah. Defeated.
Yeah, we lost. Good luck. Hope that Billy Club does the trick. But yeah, this is part of what gave me the impression that Guilty Remnant didn't actually do any of the damage.
I see. It's like these people just want to party.
Yeah.
And that's all they want to do is
But they
party.
were doing that outside just fine.
They're just completely hedonistic, and that's it.
Yeah.
And they'll just, like, move on to another place.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't even matter.
Like, why does anything go?
Now, are
I'm
those
really
Guilty
confused.
Remnant mannequins? Is that
I
what
thought it
that
was just a mannequin.
Okay.
Because, you know, when anything goes, you can marry whoever you want.
It's
Even
very
if it's a
mannequin. Why not?
There's, like, shit in the side. Yeah, you're right. It does seem like they're the ones who destroyed everything.
Yeah.
But why? And then
Well,
they put
I
up
don't
a
know
cross.
why. That's just,
Then they put up a cross as if, like, there's a religious reason, or are they just gonna burn it?
Yeah, I thought it was weird that they brought the cross in. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Are they
Yeah,
really religious?
Yeah, the cross was outside, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess there were religious people out there. I guess that's who had the stocks I think Matt
but the
talked
lady, Britt Butler, who had the cross was like, didn't she say, like, I found it? Or she said something about it barely being hers or something.
Oh, okay.
I forgot what it was. Yeah, I don't know if the clinic's open right now.
I have a feeling, even if it was business hours, this might not be the best time to go.
And it's just like open. I guess people just left.
Mm-hmm. Riots in the streets. Time to go home.
Yeah. You get the day off when there's a riot in the street.
Does he know what he's looking for? I guess he does.
He's a cop, so I think I thought the same thing. I mean, besides looking for gods and something to stop and something to clean it, iodine, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
He should know basic first aid.
I was surprised by how much blood was streaking behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Because as much as he was walking, I started thinking, like, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Oops. Kelvin.
Oh, Kelvin. Did you die again, Kelvin?
Yeah, I feel like at some point Kevin has to go. You met me at a really strange time in my life.
Yeah.
Just pull a Fight Club.
Yeah.
I killed you.
Or did you?
Nope.
Which is weird because he did.
I know. Yeah, you're right. That didn't bother me before. Actually, you did. I got afterlife singing skills.
Yeah, and that would have proved what he said. Like, if he said, yeah, you did kill me and I'm still here, like, that would have proved.
Oh, that's a good point, since that was a whole thing earlier.
Yeah.
That's weird. He should have brought that up. That's weird. But then he gives this other explanation.
But then he's saying, you should have. Okay. But he didn't.
So that's the weird part.
So is it, quote, a miracle?
God, they're just going back and forth. Ugh. Classic Lindelof.
Yeah, they don't actually drill down towards an answer. They just keep circling various answers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if when he died from the poison, that was real, and then when he got shot here, that was not real?
Right, which is possible.
He just imagined that hotel thing.
Because he had already been there.
Why he, like, sang a song, which was ridiculous. Oh, this is great. This is his lock moment.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, that's great, because that's got to be disconcerting. There's too much weirdness been going on in these guys' life, and it's just like, I guess I'll just let it be.
Mm-hmm. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, I feel like she just comes in with her guitar and says that.
What you guys crying about?
You should be letting it be.
Just let it be. All you gotta do. It's so easy.
Is that stunt snot coming out of Kevin's nose? Like a prop? Or is that... He's just a good actor and he can
For
just,
real snot? Like acting snot?
Yeah, method snot.
Yeah, I don't know. Could go either way. As prominent as it is, I would guess it's stunt snot, as it were, but... But he's good on the show. I was not a huge Justin Theroux fan before.
What?
I mean, I didn't dislike him or anything, but he just wasn't really on my radar.
Have you seen a movie called Mulholland Drive?
Well, okay, yeah, he's good in that.
I know, you have seen it.
Well, what has he done for me lately?
Mulholland Drive is all he ever has to do.
That's weird. He
one
was
and
in
done.
Mulholland Drive. I actually forgot about that.
What?
Hmm.
How do you forget his claim to fame, in my opinion?
I guess I've gotten confused about what his claim to fame was.
Oh. Yeah,
he
that's
was also
the
in
only
6 Feet
reason.
Under.
Yeah. Yeah,
And-
that's the only big reason that's my big memory of him is like
Yeah.
Mulholland Drive, man.
No, that totally makes sense. That should have been the thing. Especially since we were just talking about the Silencio scene.
Yep. Yep.
I didn't even realize he was totally in that movie. Yeah. Nah, he was good in Mulholland Drive, that's true.
I like how you forgot one of your favorites.
I guess I rediscovered him or something. It's nice that they are able to bond after, you know.
And then one final earthquake, just to I don't know what. Like, why this one?
Yeah. It's weird.
He was already coming home, like you made him sing.
It seems like it's referencing the first episode.
It seems like his family wasn't inside until the earthquake happened.
Like it's the opposite of what happened. Like when the earthquake happened to her whole like family was buried there.
Oh yeah, here's the cave he's going back into.
Yeah, he's going back in the cave. Like that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought that if we didn't just watch the first episode.
And it's interesting, yeah, he just came back from the dead, well as the cave woman had just died.
Yeah.
So it's like playing in reverse.
Exactly. Okay, guys, so wait a minute, who's here?
Who's here? Let's count. Let's start from the left to the right, even though peripheral vision would have made you see everyone in one take.
Okay, you should be here. That's normal.
You're here. You're here. Okay.
I
we saw
left you
before.
here. That's normal.
Yeah. Those are the two people we knew were there before.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's
You're
understandable
here
they're
and you're
there.
awake.
And you're awake.
That's a little weird.
Wallpaper, you're there.
You're fucking here.
You and the baby. Okay.
What?
Good Nora shows up.
And you finally came back.
That's it. I felt like there was 20 people
After
here.
being around the block. Yeah, it felt like a lot, but it isn't that many. Hey, I was homeward bound.
Yeah. I wish I was. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
He wished he was. You know, the wishes and the burying birds.
Yep.
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 All right.
Oh, man.
Next season on The Leftovers, answers to everything we said up here.
Oh, man.
So who did Virgil molest? Did we find that out?
Hell no, we didn't.
All right, just making sure.
Yeah, no. Reddit proves that it's still an open question.
Wow.
And we may never know the answer.
Well, we get a season
we'll probably
3,
find out next
so
season. Yeah. It's weird. I'm confused by the fact that they're going back to it. It makes me think that there's something more to it than what we know.
Well, yeah. Because we don't know anything.
Okay, I guess that's an obvious thing to say, but you know. Like, I guess I just mean, like, there's some component to the story that we don't... Okay, that's you know what I'm saying.
You want to restate what you already said?
I can't...
We only know the players. We don't know the game. That's a metaphor I just came up with.
It's a good one.
Yeah,
No,
I feel like that's it. We don't know who did what to who and why. So
there's an idea that I can't seem to express that I feel like isn't understood, but I don't know if I understand it. Like, I feel like there's an extra... component to this. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Anyway,
what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say, like...
You mean there's a piece of the puzzle besides the pieces we know are missing?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. There's an extra thing beyond the stuff we know we don't know. There's unknown unknowns. Let's put
Instead
it
of unknown knowns?
Instead of known unknowns.
Instead of known unknowns.
Exactly.
Unknown unknowns.
Yeah. Because I usually find that when they have like between season mysteries, especially if like the one mystery was like really connected to one plot, it makes me think it's going to connect to something else that we don't know about yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, the fact that Virgil's dead is weird. So I don't know what.
Yeah, it seems awkward to go back to it.
If Evie comes back, then she can explain herself, I guess, to some degree, or they can deal with why she left now that they know she left for some reason.
Right.
Do you think? Now, here's the big question for season 3: is that cricket going to come back?
Oh God!
Have we heard the last chirp? Did the earthquake kill the cricket?
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Probably not.
The crickets cause the earthquakes? Is that crazy? Am I crazy?
That's actually an interesting theory that I wasn't thinking but should have been. No, this thought just hit me that did they say it and I missed it? Like, why was John in the clinic?
He was looking for Erica.
He doesn't know where she is.
Which begs the question, where's Erica?
So wait, what happened? I'm confused. She was on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Erica ran away.
On screen? And I forgot about it?
I don't know what happened. The last time we saw her...
She was with them, right?
She was with Evie on the bridge when the people came across. Yeah. And then she must have went into town with them.
Okay. She went into town and then he's looking for her.
Assumingly, maybe she just left. Maybe she's like, Evie will be fine. I'm leaving.
Okay.
But yeah, he was coming looking for Erica, which means she presumably wasn't at the house.
Right.
How much time had passed and he hadn't found her yet? Like, jeez. Right. And she didn't seem to be in the visitor center with the...
It seemed like a lot of time had passed based on the
it was at least
damage and
a couple hours to get to nighttime and a couple hours of damage.
Yeah. All the stuff they showed with the party in the streets and like it didn't seem like that could set itself up in...
I'm assuming they're gonna bring in like the National Guard to clear out.
They would have to.
Who don't belong there.
Yeah. There's no other way.
Yeah, it's such a weird. I still don't understand what these people want.
Yeah, it's weird. And I remember at the beginning of the season thinking that like insulated Jarden was going to be like a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of wasn't. I mean, it was a big thing in the sense that there's people out there that want to get in and so on, but just Jarden itself, like the people who live there, the fact that they're cut off in a sense and they live in this isolated community, like I thought that was going to be more significant than it was. You know, not to mention like the changes that supposedly would happen in the town because the girls supposedly departed. You know?
Part
Like,
of the
that's-
problem there is the girls departed was just a rumor and it never got solidified.
Right.
It felt like it was never a big enough deal. There was never sort of like random townspeople saying, well, what do we do now? The girls departed. Any of us can go. Which is like what you would think would happen, like to shake their faith. Whereas Meg, I guess, cause I was trying to think, before the girls came back, before they were revealed in the van, like, okay, Meg has the girls, I guess, before the bridge up, when they got to the bridge, like, so we know the girls are coming. What's Meg gonna do with them? Like, the worst thing to do would be to prove that the girls departed, cause then the people of Jarden would feel scared.
Right.
And that they're not special. Somebody from their town did go. But then it's like, well, she can't prove they departed if they're alive. You can't prove a negative.
Right.
So I'm like, okay,
not to mention, it's hard to prove someone departed.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if they did depart, how would you prove it?
Yeah, that's proving a negative. That's proving they're not here, which is like, how do you prove somebody's not here unless you are able to look everywhere simultaneously? Exactly. And then it's like, okay, well then she's just gonna display the girls, and I'm like, okay, they're just gonna tell the town, okay, well the girls didn't depart, so what? Like, I really didn't understand where it was gonna go.
Like, they didn't have a message, they just said like 1 hour, And
that was 1 hour, I'm assuming, for the Guilty Remnant infiltrators to know when the countdown was when to get ready.
That's when they set the clock, to go in,
But yeah, and it was more Meg's plan was to ruin Miracle, or to ruin Jarden. Like, that was the long con, was to like, tarnish the perfection of the town.
Right.
But not to, shake their faith in terms of why, or if they got spared or whatever, or why they got spared. So I thought that was a little bit off to me. I didn't expect that. Which I guess that's the only thing she could do was ruin the town, but I thought it would be more about the departure.
Right, that's the focus of the Guilty Remnant, obviously. So you would think it would be about that. And the fact that the girls faked being departed, suggests that's what they were going for, but then it just doesn't seem like that comes to fruition. It doesn't seem like they do anything with that.
Well, at the best, it's like, they fooled people for a couple days or whatever into thinking, but then it was like, how much of an impact is that? And then not everybody thought that, you know.
Right.
Yeah, that part was a little strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I get Meg's character at all this season. Every time there's a point at which she can explain herself, she just like does something enigmatic.
Yep. Yeah, that's her thing.
She Megs it up.
And then she drops the mic and walks out of the room.
Yep. As if like she just did something and is like, what? Wait. Huh? Come back in here and pick that mic up.
I just blew your mind, didn't I? No, I don't know what you're talking
about. I'm confused if that's what you mean.
Thank you, good night. Yeah. Yeah, no, Meg's weird this season. And I feel like I don't remember season 1 well enough. But it seemed awkward. It didn't seem like there was a clear transition between the way she was last season and the way she was this season. It sort of reminded me of, this is a shitty comparison. It sort of reminded me
Well, then don't make it.
Well, I have to.
I'm just kidding.
It sort of reminded me of Colin Hanks' character on Dexter, where he's seeing spoilers for Dexter season 6. It sucks. Who cares? But there you go. The whole season, or a good portion of it, he's seeing Edward James Olmos's character. And then at a certain point, we realize it's all in his head and it's just him doing all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first part of the season, there's this thing, they play all these scenes with him where it seems like he's, having these bouts of conscience and he's not sure if they're doing the right thing. And then Edward James Olmos is like, no, we must, cause we have to bring about the apocalypse or whatever bullshit he wanted,
Yeah.
Then once they do the reveal, all that's gone and he's just more or less generic evil bad guy.
Yeah.
You know, that's sort of what the Meg thing feels like. It feels like some switch flipped, and she went from the innocent, like, new recruit that she was last season, and suddenly she's just like Meg supervillain.
Well, I feel like they need a scene like on Walking Dead with Morgan, like explaining the gap between the two.
They do.
Cause what's weird is they took the opportunity to explain why she would have a beef with Jordan, you know, so her flashback and trying to get the answers about her mom, and then the psychic telling her whatever he told her.
Which we don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, which is like, okay, but then they cut from that to the future Meg or present Meg where she's like vindictive, and it's like, yeah, the middle part of that was season 1 Meg.
She wasn't like that, yeah.
So,
yeah,
but
they
you
make
know,
it seem like there's a direct line.
I think they skipped over what happened with Lori too, right?
Yeah,
like
they did.
why she became anti-guilty remnant.
I mean, I think in her case, it's at least from my memory, it's clearer because there was that moment when I think somehow because of the guilty remnant, like Jill almost died in the house.
Yeah, no, I mean, you see the motivation is on screen.
Yeah. Whereas I don't think for Meg, like, they had a scene where it was like, oh, that's where she turns evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? But I do agree the Lori thing, they skipped a few beats in the story.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, her whole thing is kind of truncated this season. You know, she didn't get a lot of screen time. She got probably a bit more than the son did. Who, I don't even know. What is the son's name? All right, let's...
Ryan.
Is it Ryan? God, that sounds wrong.
No, it's not Ryan.
Tommy. There we go. Tommy. I never would have guessed that. Anyway.
Thomas.
I think she gets a bit more screen time than he does, but both of them are like really sidelined. For most of the season. Like they get their little thing and that's about it.
There's a lot of characters in Service.
It's weird because it seems like there's not that many, but there's clearly too many for them to all get a ton of screen time.
Yeah, or they introduced 4 new ones this season.
That's part of the problem, I guess. They have to spend time on the new characters too.
Yeah.
They did throw out a few old characters.
Why do they even have the baby? What was the deal with the baby? He just got stuck with the baby, and now he wants to raise the baby?
Well... the baby. It was Holy Wayne's baby. I'm sure you remember that.
Holy Wayne.
And then, that's why Tommy had the baby, because Holy Wayne gave Tommy the baby to like look after because the baby was a prophecy baby situation.
Oh, not a prophecy baby.
It was a prophecy baby. The baby was supposed to be important, and of course it was vague, and he didn't really explain why, but then basically Tommy, the mother abandons the baby and Tommy leaves the baby on their doorstep at the end of season 1. And that's basically, so they don't even know. I mean, presumably he'll tell them now, but they don't even know that he was the one who left the baby.
He never told the sister?
Oh, he might have told the sister, but I think Kevin doesn't know and Nora doesn't know.
Yeah, okay.
Because I guess he was meeting with the sister in secret.
Yeah, I love that when they revisit that scene of them at the diner and like the first time you see it, you see her and the mom and you're like, screw her. And then the next time you see it, you're on the mom's side. And,
yeah.
You know, she wasn't expecting to be there and to be seen and all that stuff. And,
yeah.
Yeah, it was a nice little switcheroo.
Yeah, they did that a few times with, also with the stuff in Jordan and the going on the porch and like where they would, and they even did it in this episode with the girls leaving and stuff where they like revisit scenes from different points of view.
Yeah.
It worked pretty well. I mean, I guess that's part of having like a lot of characters intersecting and, it was weird. It was weird going back to that and screw you kids. Lori's got her own problems.
Yeah.
I think that plot also didn't really come to fruition, which I guess was the point, but that whole idea of like let's recruit people away from the guilty remnant, and let's have you, like, pretend to be a Holy Wayne kind of figure where you'll give people hugs and take their pain away to, like, start our own cult, and, you know.
Well, it was weird because the son gave it up. He was like, well, Meg was like, I could do this for real, and it was like, well, even he's now still searching for someone. It was weird. It seems like he shouldn't be searching for something. If he's the guy, if his mission is to get people out of the guilty rim. It was just weird that he was sort of entranced by her. I didn't really understand that, of like, he basically quit because she came and did something. But,
I can do this for real. Oh, God.
Yeah,
whatever,
Meg. Yeah, classic Meg. Megging it up. Meg
Like,
style.
whatever that means. That's such nonsense. Ugh.
Yep.
I remember thinking at the time, like, oh, we're gonna learn, you know, like, we'll find out later what that means, you know, and I want to get you pregnant, you know, like, I was sure that all that was gonna, but then with like this, the family is all that matters. It's like, okay, that's just her thing.
Yeah.
She just likes to say stuff to, like, sound, like, interesting and mysterious.
Yeah, but what's the point?
To confuse people and mess with their heads? Like, it doesn't seem like there's much more to it.
But is it she's doing that because that's what people did to her? You know, that's what the psychic did to her, so she's doing it? Like, you know, there's got to be some reason she's doing it, not just to mess with people's head. I mean, to mess with people's head should be a means to an end. So what's the end game? Like, does that get people to follow her? Is she doing it to him specifically because she's vindictive and she doesn't like him? Like,
right. I wonder if we're gonna find out what the psychic said, if it actually matters, or if the point is it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not clear on that.
What do I think? Well, I guess what's weird is there's two questions for the psychic, right? Like, one is how did he know what the mother said before she died?
Right.
And two is what was the question Meg said?
Her mother was gonna tell her something.
Oh, yeah.
Right before she went to the bathroom, but then when she came back, she had died.
So whatever it is, it's not the answer Meg wanted. So that either means Meg thought he was lying, or she thought he was telling the truth and chose not to believe it.
It seems weird to me that we don't know. Because it seems like that's supposed to be a pivotal moment, even though, like you said, season 1 happens between that scene and this season, so the line between the two can't be that direct.
Yeah.
But it does seem like her targeting of Jardin should go back to that.
Yeah, I wonder if there's another scene that we didn't see in season 1 they'll come back to and, like, explain. So maybe the psychic told her something, she didn't believe it, and then at some point in season 1 we didn't see, something came true, or it got proven or something, and so that made her put her sights on Jardin.
I wonder if Evie ever told her that her dad burned that psychic's house down and he had to leave.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if Evie even knows that.
That he burned the house down?
Yeah.
She doesn't know?
Why would she know?
Why wouldn't she know?
Nobody necessarily told her.
I mean, it seemed like Michael knew. So why wouldn't she know?
How did Michael know?
I thought it was just known because, like, a house burned down and
it's just like, if a house burned down, John did it?
People talk about, no, I assumed that was like, it was the thing he did and they just knew.
Well, I mean, Erica says that was the first time it happened. Now, are we supposed to split hairs and say that's the first time that a whole house got burned down?
Right, because it was a 5.
Because it was a 5.
Before, it was just like a 3.
Yeah, or like a 2. Yeah, I'm assuming, I'd have to re-look at the scene where where Michael knows. And when that happens.
I mean, maybe he doesn't know, and that was just John thinking that he knew, but it seems like that's the subtext of that whole scene where he questions.
Oh, you're talking about that scene in the pilot?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I keep saying pilot in the first episode.
It's the pilot for the season, but yeah.
Season 2 pilot. Yeah, no. I wouldn't take that to mean Michael knows.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
You're right.
Because the answer there was, that was just what was.
It was pre-selected.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. So maybe she doesn't know.
Mm-hmm. So I was trying to figure out what the numbers meant with the fire, like a 2 or a 4 or 5. So, now I'm reading Wikipedia here. I thought it was, it is about the severity, but it looks like it has to do with, well, I don't know. We kind of can't tell. Well, this is a 5th alarm. This talks about the assignments. Maybe that's not the right. Multiple alarm fire. So 1 alarm, 2 alarm, 3 alarm fires are categories of fires indicating the level of response by local authorities, with an elevated number of alarms indicating an increasingly commitment of resources. Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. So where do we get to 5? I don't know. Here's the thing about a 5th alarm assignment, which says 4 engine companies, 2 ladder companies, 1 assistant chief, and a chief of operations. So it's weird that seems like it would be a lot more people there if it was like this thing. Because this says at the scene of a 5th alarm fire in New York, there are a total of 21 engine companies, 11 ladder companies, 1 squad company, 1 rescue battalion company, 9 battalion chiefs, 1 division chief, 1 deputy chief, 1 assistant chief, and the chief of operations, as well as multiple specialized units and/or specially called units operating on the scene. So there weren't that many people there.
Well, but maybe if you scale that down from New York size to Jordan size.
Oh, I see. Maybe it's relative.
Maybe. And like for Jordan, that was like a huge response. Maybe.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I love how many mysteries are on this show.
Yeah.
I feel like Lost is makes more sense. Jeez.
Yeah, maybe so. It's weird because I started out thinking like they gave us a lot of answers. Because like there are a lot of questions that get answered, but the more we talk about it, the more it's clear that there's just also a lot of stuff left hanging.
Yeah.
And even like central plot points are not clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he even said like, I don't think it's fair for me to explain this.
Yeah, it's weird too to not even know character relationships.
Yeah. Why the fuck was that? I put that line in because people thought it was, well, that's because you didn't say whose father he was. Like, that's, like, it wouldn't have been a mystery if you didn't make it one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, it seemed from the quote you read, like, he put in the line about him being Erica's father because people thought he was John's father.
Yeah.
You know, it was like a reaction or something. And he could have easily just avoided that by explaining his relationship clearly at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what harm would that have been? You know? I mean, I feel like the moment we find out he's the kid's grandfather, you can tell us what his relationship is now. Like, what good does it do to be like, okay, is he Erica's dad or is he John's dad? Like, why are we wondering about that?
Well, yeah.
It's weird. It's a weird mystery.
Yeah, it is weird. I can't think of why. I mean, it adds to the mystery, but why is that part a mystery?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that needs to be a mystery. There's plenty in that story that is, still full of mystery.
Mm-hmm.
After that. But we can't even figure out whose dad he is? Like, come on. It's not that complicated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, well, I think we pretty much got as far as we're going to get with this show. I'm glad there's going to be another season, so we'll get even more craziness. I feel like there was more craziness in this season than season 1 in terms of the mysteries, in terms of like being able to follow what's going on.
Yeah, by far. Yeah, I think season 1, it didn't really have that many mysteries. Even though it had some smaller ones, but it didn't have like overall season mysteries.
Yeah.
Aside from the obvious stuff of like the departure.
Yeah, and the guy, Kevin, the guy who shot the dogs and...
Oh, right. I forgot about that guy.
Yeah.
Who may or may not have been in his head the whole time.
Is Kevin immortal? Should we ask that question?
Oh, God.
Maybe immortal is the wrong word. What's the other version of that? Not immortal, but what's the thing where you can't die? Because immortal just means you live forever, but you could die if, you got your head chopped off. I forgot the other word.
Is there a word for that?
Yeah. Maybe impervious or
invincible?
Invincible? I think maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Invincible. Was he invincible?
Well, he got shot.
Well, but it didn't kill him.
That's true.
It didn't
invincible in the sense that he can't die.
It didn't vince him.
Right.
He was invinced.
He looked very unvinced.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, words are weird. It's hard for me to believe that. That reminds me.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's weird, and
Well, he survived death twice.
Well, that's weird too, but there were some specific circumstances. Now, that I was going to get to the second one, which is something that kind of...
Actually, he survived death 3 times. I forgot about the drowning.
There's a third time? Oh, yeah. Well, but in that case, the water was gone, so it wasn't like...
But maybe that's part of his invincibility.
Oh, God, man. Wow. Yeah. It's a good point.
He's got a powerful adversary or a powerful ally.
It really easily could be that.
Is he Jesus?
But I was gonna get to this. I hope not. That's the reveal I really don't want in season 3.
Hey, they put up that cross.
That's true. The cross is weird. I don't get it. But okay, fine.
It seems like they're saying religious people are violent.
I guess so. One thing from that last episode that kind of didn't work, I don't know if that's the word, but kind of threw me, and we were talking about other stuff, so I didn't have to, but like when he's in the afterlife and he's talking to the Australian guy and he's like, why should you get to go back? Like everybody's got a family they love or whatever, and he's like, I deserve to.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't quite get that. Like, why? Why does he deserve to?
Mm-hmm.
When someone else doesn't? Like, what's so special? I mean, like, I don't understand why he's so emphatic that he deserves to come back to life.
That might be the craziest line he's ever said on the show. Like, in terms of just being, like, surprising.
Yeah.
I never had a sense that he thought he deserved to live or something. Or, like, that never... as much as he wants to kill himself and he's living on the edge and he's, psychotic half the show, I did not expect him to say, I deserve to make it a selfish thing about himself versus like, or like, I need to save my family or they need me to or something.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I have earned this somehow. Like, I don't know why he thinks that. What does he have in mind?
And there's the other thing I want to bring up is the call that said there was a cop getting attacked in the lobby, and he's like, "You're the only cop I see here." So what's that about?
Yeah, I assumed it was a ruse just to get him down there, but
if this is a place where things are meaningful and metaphorical, then like, what does that mean that that's the way they got him down there?
Yeah,
and a cop,
you're right.
and not saying. An innocent victim is being attacked. A cop is being attacked. Like that's really specific.
Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't really think much about it. I think that probably does mean something.
Yeah, in what sense is Kevin getting attacked down there? Or is it he would only respond to something selfish, like a cop being attacked? Like maybe that's a hint at his selfishness or something. He says, "Why do you want to go back? Because of a family, because I love them." So that's the cliche thing anybody would say.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Be original," and then. Why should you go back and the rest of us? Because I deserve to. Is it he deserved to because, he just got killed by this guy and it wasn't his time? Like, he didn't deserve to get shot for the reason he got shot for.
Right. Oh, maybe that's all he's thinking. 'Cause that is true.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, like, a lot of people die who don't deserve it. You know?
But are they gonna sing a song though?
Oh, maybe they don't sing the song. God.
So he says I deserve to. I deserve it. I have earned the right to go back.
Yeah, it's just like, your life is hard. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have hard lives. Like, it's just, it seems like you could say the same thing to that he said to the thing about his family,
Yeah, but somehow that was original. I deserve to is somehow original.
Right.
I don't know why though, but it's so weird. It's so weird to just not, I need to start watching shows where like everything makes sense. I don't have to like go over lines to figure out the meaning between the subtext between lines and to like, God, it'd be nice to watch a show where everything just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not wondering why anything is happening.
Yeah. I like on a level, obviously, like, hello, this is a podcast. I enjoy that. I enjoy that kind of speculative process. But I do think there's a balance there.
Yeah.
And there's sometimes where it's like stuff is a mystery for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where it just feels pointless. Like, I don't want to have to think about that, like, why? There's plenty of other stuff to think about,
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of okay with, like, what happened between Virgil and John and Evie and all that. Like, I'm kind of okay with them not telling us that. But I do feel like, just Virgil's relationship to the family should not have been a mystery.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't know it was a mystery until they had to put in a line to clear it up is disconcerting.
Whereas it seemed to me like before they were deliberately avoiding referring to him that way. You know,
Yeah.
they would say he's Michael's grandfather, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
like, you know,
Instead of saying Erica's father or John's
Exactly.
father. Yeah.
is that where it would have been really easy to just explain that, because that's not specific enough. That doesn't tell us how and it should matter how he's related to the parents, right? I mean,
What if Virgil is Erica and John's father?
Oh my god. The final theory.
And Erica doesn't know it. Oh no, she knows it. But John didn't know it until after they were married. And then
Oh my
he told
God.
John that, and that's why John tried to kill him.
Wow.
I hurt him by telling him I'm his father and his wife is his sister.
That is a crazy theory. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, that one's weird.
Now, technically, that works. I have to admit, in terms of, well, okay, hold on. Let me try that again. Nah, I don't know if I quite buy it for he hurt John. I don't quite see it that way. That feels a little bit off to me.
Why not? He hurt him by ruining his life. He ruined his life with that information.
Okay, yeah, that's a hurting. I wasn't thinking of telling him. I was thinking of just the doing of it.
Yeah, no, like telling him, like at a certain.
Okay, he told him, and then oh god, what a fucking mess. Okay, so he allowed his own 2 children to get married, and then he told one of the.
Yeah.
Dramatically, it works. I mean, that would may explain like why he hurt John, why it took a while before he did anything.
Yeah.
It would mean that Evie and Michael aren't necessarily involved, except they're like his double grandchildren. Oh my God.
I don't know what that means. Oh.
You know?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, there's not a word for that.
Does grandfatherness get multiplied?
I mean, it's something that presumably doesn't happen that often, but yeah, that's a new kind of relationship that you don't usually hear about.
So John's father-in-law is his father.
Yeah. Exactly.
And Erica's father-in-law is her father.
Yep.
Yikes.
What a mess.
Yeah.
Do they have different mothers, or is it the same mother?
I think they have to have different mothers.
Okay.
They have to have different mothers.
That makes it a little bit more tolerable.
So they're only half brother and sister.
They grew up together and then they forgot.
The great forgetting. Yeah, that would actually kind of explain, if it needed explaining, why Michael and Evie aren't sort of genetically mutated or something or whatever happens when brothers and sisters have kids. Like they only share half the DNA, so they'd be less likely to have complications.
Right.
You know, yeah. Part of me wants to think about the craziest theory and see if that's where they would go, or if they would go with the simplest theory and just draw it out.
Yeah.
Because everybody's thinking about molestation, and now I'm trying to think of what could it be that's not molestation, and there's a thing there.
I think molestation was implied, but yeah. That obviously we all know, if any of us has ever watched a show where Damon's involved, that just because they imply something doesn't mean it has to be that.
Especially Patty, she was wrong before.
She didn't even imply it, she fucking said it.
Yeah.
Oh, those girls, they departed, Kevin. They departed.
Oh, Kevin, they're gone. You ate them, Kevin. Don't you remember?
Which I think leaves an open question about Patty, whether she was lying or just wrong. And if she was wrong, why? And if she was lying, why? Like,
And the
was
answer
she
to
lying
both
to still
is
help the guilty remnant? Like,
she
even in the
can't give a-
afterlife?
She can't give a shit about the guilty remnant.
It'd be crazy, though.
Like, okay, so, I mean, we were from the girls' perspective when we saw the girls see Kevin,
Mm-hmm.
but, like, Patty wasn't there, it didn't seem like. Like,
Right.
Patty's not always there. That's another question.
True.
Where
She
does she
goes away
go when she's not there?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the hotel has a pool. Is she hanging out at the pool sometimes? And then she
Yeah, and that's another thing I don't understand, which is, like, her being there, but also being in the real world to some extent. Like, how does she perceive that, you know? Does she like, teleport out of there?
Mhm.
Or is she, like, always there, and then she just manifests? You know what I mean? It's like, is she trapped in the cabin, or is she actually, like, leaving and going to the real world and coming back?
What I want to say is Patty wasn't real, and the hotel wasn't real, and it was all in his head, and it's a mystical thing that he keeps being alive after dying, but the poison maybe wasn't deathly, mortal poison. It was just knocked him out, put him in a coma, affected him slightly, and then the bullet, that's tough, but that's also plausible if you get shot in the right angle and the right bullet, and it can do what it did, and it's the odds are low it would happen, but it's not impossible. And that Patty wasn't real, and it was a manifestation of his guilt over her death and all the stuff he was going through in season 1, and so this crazy guy put this, Virgil put this notion in his head that he'd have to battle her, and his subconscious, when he goes unconscious, creates this hotel world and this whole thing about identity and choosing the uniform, and he chooses a spy uniform, which kind of an assassin uniform, which makes sense because you got to kill somebody, and all of that was a way to get rid of Patty from his psyche. That's what I want to think happened. I want to think it was just a very cool, interesting way to show that he's crazy and it was all in his head, and that people who are dead don't just get attached to you for no apparent reason and you have to battle them. That's weird. So that's what I want to think happened, which to me would mean Patty didn't know about the girls because she's not even real, so nothing she says has actually any, validity.
Right.
That is what I want my take. I'm like 90% in that camp, and 10% it is what it appeared to be. Which is, it was more or less real what happened with the hotel and all that stuff. But I'm 90% like it was all in his head. So that's where I'm gonna be until we find out anything more, about all that stuff.
I guess, yeah, I'm going the other way, but, realizing that it's a trap and that it could easily be wrong. But I bought into it, and so, like, it all seems like it was real to me, and I know that's the point, but so far, it convinced me. Even though, like, yeah, they have plausible explanations for pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the Lindelof way. He doesn't let you off the hook. Like, he'll show you something crazy and then pull back and say, yeah, well, the bullet didn't hit him right, and, you know, who knows what the poison was, and it's totally, earthquakes happen, and,
And I'll throw in there, even though it could go both ways, but John says, I killed you, and Kevin said no.
True.
So if he's being honest that he didn't kill him, or maybe he's trying to say, like, that hotel crap is not real. Like, I didn't actually die. I just had some sort of vision or whatever.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like that's what he was saying by saying, like, the explanation is the bullet, not like, well, you see, I went to the afterlife and I sung a song.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about coming home, so then I got to come home.
And I came home. Because I live here now.
'Cause I live here now. Yeah, it's not clear to me if he remembers that stuff. I mean, when he woke up in the bathtub, he clearly remembered the previous time.
Yeah.
But when he wakes up in the real world, does he remember that he did all that?
Well, before, when he came out battling Patty, somebody asked him if Patty was gone, and he said, yeah. So that should mean he remembered getting rid of her.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And I think he told Michael that his grandfather was there.
He did. You're right. He asked him about his grandfather. And he asked if he helped.
Yeah.
You're right. So he did remember. He did remember that stuff. So yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I mean, maybe he just didn't want to say. But again, I feel like it would lend some validity to his earlier story. But then on the other hand, it doesn't matter at that point because he obviously had nothing to do with the girl's disappearance.
Yeah.
So that was all John really cared about. He didn't need to know, like, all the other stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm buying in that it really was Patty, it really was the afterlife, and I don't know whether she was lying or wrong or why, but you know, that whole thing felt genuine to me.
Someone's going down the Lindelof trap once again. How many hours do we have to podcast about this guy before you stop falling into the traps, man?
I mean, at least I know there's a trap there, and I understand that. I understand that it could lead to my own peril at the end.
I like the idea of you seeing a trap and you getting into the trap and you getting nice and cozy and like, yep, I'm in this trap.
You know, it's just like, I can't be mad later if it was a trap, because I know that I could, you know what I mean? Whereas I felt like originally with Lost, I didn't have that awareness, and that led to some frustration later.
Yeah.
Like, if they tell me later that it's not real, that it's not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna get so deeply invested that it destroys me. But for the moment, I'm believing it. I mean, we'll see what they do with the afterlife later. I mean, if they're only doing one more season, it makes me think they'll go back to it.
Yeah, and so here's another thing, right? Is because we're told right now, or it's hinted at that, or we can infer that the afterlife stuff is real. That makes me think it's not, because that makes me think then the second beat of this idea has to be the opposite, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that in these episodes.
Right.
Where you see the first thing, and then the second time we see it, it's not that thing. So if they had told us the afterlife was fake right now, I'd probably be like, it's real, guys.
Then that means it's real.
Because in season 3, they're going to come back and tell us it's real. But the fact that it's seeming to be real now makes me think, and I feel like it's weird. Like, the idea of avoiding a trap is also sort of a trap. You know, if you're too skeptical about what the truth is, then you might not acknowledge the truth when it's in front of you. So, you know, you can go too far the other way and just not believe anything, which is also a sort of a trap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get on the side of it's not real. You know, I was very vehement though that Matt was lying or mistaken and Mary didn't wake up. I was completely sure of that.
Yeah.
But then again, that I should have put this into practice. That was the first beat. So the second beat has to be the opposite. So the opposite was it was real. So that's what I'm going to try to do with this. And say, the first beat's that it's real, so the second beat means it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I just don't think, I know obviously Lost did the Flash Sideways and it did the Afterlife. But I don't think, I want to think that Lindelof is not trying to say this thing is true. The show doesn't want to say this stuff is really happening, is really about the interpretation. Now, the difference I would say is Kevin's afterlife was singular Lost Afterlife
Right.
was multiple
Group.
characters.
Yeah.
And the point was this is a place you guys made together.
To come together, yeah.
Yeah. And so I feel like that means it's a little different.
Yeah.
If we see someone else die and go to a place,
Yeah.
I'll believe it. Or if when he died, he saw somebody there who was dead that wasn't obviously, he saw Patty, he saw Patty's husband, he saw Virgil, Virgil was dead, yeah.
That random other woman from the Guilty Remnant and Holy Wayne.
Yeah, he did see a lot of dead people. Yeah, I didn't even know to see those people. Oh, he knew what's her name had died. She got stoned to death.
She got stoned
right?
to death, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she definitely knew. He definitely knew about that.
So
and I think last time we saw Holy Wayne, he was on the verge of death.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna say if Wayne was an outlier and everybody he saw was dead, he knew that they were dead, except for Wayne, but I guess he was about to die.
Yeah, he didn't necessarily know Wayne was dead, but it would be logical to think that he died, because he saw him in the bathroom and he had been shot, and he was like, the way they played the scene, it was like he was giving his dying words.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might be a fraud. Great time to realize that, Wayne.
Yeah, it's like the psychic, just like Claire's psychic.
I love that, though. I love that, I think I might be a fraud.
I do love that idea of he was convinced of his own power, and then he was like, wait a minute, maybe it's not me. Maybe I'm not powerful.
Maybe it's just the placebo effect or something.
Yeah. All right, anything else? I mean, I feel like we just scratched the surface, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of stuff that we didn't talk about, but, I mean, I think for general, season 2 stuff, we hit most of the big points.
Yeah. Yeah, good season, definitely like it.
Great season.
Yeah, it's, glad it's coming back, looking forward to what they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as far as TV goes, you don't get stuff like this on other shows.
No.
It's really providing something very unique, and obviously this isn't something everyone wants to watch, because its ratings are probably, less than a tenth of The Walking Dead, for example, but...
Yeah.
But if you're into this thing, this sort of stuff, it's really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm glad there's going to be a season 3. It wasn't really clear why there should be a season 2, but now that there is one, I definitely want to see more. It's interesting to me, the idea of them wrapping up the whole story in one season.
And now that with this final episode, actually, we have a sense of where the story might go with Kevin reconciling all these broken relationships, which is what we were saying before about what's the why of the show, what's the story goal here, and so. I would love it if the series finale, which they will never do this, is The Departed returning, then we just cut, cut to black or whatever, and then that's the final shot, is everyone who departed returns.
Oh my god. That would be so crazy. Yeah, see, and that's, as crazy as the season was, that was something that they pulled back on and said, no, it actually has a really normal, quote-unquote normal explanation. The girls didn't depart. There wasn't a second departure. That's not a thing.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
That's one departure. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But them coming back would definitely be... I mean, I feel like they have to... If they're going to end the show, I feel like they have to escalate the story in some way.
Yeah.
So I feel like something like that would make sense. For a final shot, it would be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him doing that, but I really have no idea. The show is hard to predict.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was going to get week to week. I, for example, thought we would never see what happened to Kevin after he drank the poison.
Mm-hmm.
I was sure we would just see him wake up. But no, not only did we get a whole episode about that, but they even revisited the place. And
They go twice.
Yeah, like 2 times? What?
Yeah. Which to me means there's got to be a third beat of them going back there for something.
I think so. I think we're going to see it again. Because it seems too significant to not go back there.
And I think we got to have something with his dad come into play.
Definitely something with his dad, yeah. That's a story that is pretty undeveloped. And the fact that he talked to his dad through there is another crazy aspect.
Well, and we'll need to, and that'll actually be a way to confirm if this place is real or not.
If he remembers that.
If the dad confirms that actually happened.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that. He should call his dad and ask him.
Yeah.
Hey, did you talk to me in a drug-filled haze?
Mm-hmm.
In a hotel?
Now the question is, would the show ever give us a solid answer, or would he go, I always hallucinate, Kevin?
I mean, that's the problem. Like, he was so, out of it that either he could easily not remember, or you could say, he could just imagine anything. Mm-hmm. He could have been hallucinating. And it could be a coincidence. I mean, it's going to be hard to be definitive, but it'll definitely help.
The idea that if you're drugged up enough, your consciousness goes to an afterlife or something, or can communicate with an afterlife is again a similar lost thing.
You're right.
I guess instead of electromagnetism, it's whatever he was doing.
Yeah. Another question I have is how did he know about the well? I'm take her to the well, why, where did that come from?
Yeah.
Cause he's the one who does that, who says that, and, Virgil didn't say anything about the well.
Well, more answers to come. More answers to come in season 3.
Yeah. The more we talk, the more it's they answered all the questions. Not at all.
No. Yeah, I don't know what Damon does after the show like this.
Yeah.
I mean, how many more chances can he have to do the kind of thing he likes to do?
Right.
With so much freedom and to not have to actually, satisfy a wide audience.
Right. I feel like that's better for The Leftovers, that it's an HBO show with more of a culty audience.
Yeah.
I think that makes it easier to get away with doing stuff that, on a much more mainstream show like Lost, it's people will revolt.
Yeah, for sure.
Or that whole if Daryl dies, we riot, if a show's popular enough, there's these contingents and you have to respect their power.
Powerful adversaries.
Yeah, exactly. Powerful adversaries.
Oh, see, that makes me think Patty was wrong. Or, Patty wasn't real. Or at least Virgil was just mistaken or something. Unless we haven't. Well, when he's you have a powerful adversary, a powerful ally, and all that stuff. I mean, the battling wasn't intense with him and Patty. And I don't know if we talked about this before, but perhaps that was Patty's gambit, in threatening Kevin not to kill himself and come to the afterlife, is she knew she wouldn't be able to put up a fight.
Mm-hmm.
So she was trying to get him to not do it.
Right.
But that's such a crazy detail that's not underlined. Kevin could have said, I was expecting more of a fight.
Yeah, she's totally passive the whole time.
So passive, in the climax, she's a little girl who's not even trying to put up a fight.
Yeah.
So that makes me wonder if Virgil even knew what he was talking about, Right. And I feel like the guy in the town square in the tower, he should have something to say about Virgil and what he went through, because he supposedly went through the same thing.
Yeah, that line too made me think, oh, we're totally gonna like get more with that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is that season 3? Is that?
I guess.
Are we gonna actually? Because it does seem like there's a thread there with him that is completely not addressed.
And the other thing I was going to say about Kevin's dad is, Kevin's dad had, quote, voices in his head, and he said he just decided to listen to him. So is Kevin going to get more voices?
Yeah.
Is he done now? Is he normal and
sane? Was it just Patty?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or that dog guy, was that in his head, or if they finally answered that?
The dog guy's like, here's my truck, you can have it. Like, what? Who does that?
Yeah, it made no sense. That's so weird, the fucking dog guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they were doing with that.
Well, yeah, I think trying to get to if this was the last season, they wouldn't have explained why Kevin is even crazy to begin with. Like, what started his instability?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did Virgil molest him?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I mean, geez, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that it was genetic, or it was, somehow related to his father's issues.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously they haven't told us specifically. But I thought, the thing with the father was, this thing that happens sometimes. They kind of did it with Hurley on Lost, where you think someone's crazy because they're hearing voices, but then it turns out the voices are really there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought maybe that's where they were going with him.
Well, but here's the thing, like, we know kind of the mechanism that got Kevin to be, or Patty attached to Kevin, but like, did the same thing happen to the father? The idea that there's multiple voices, though, is it like multiple people attached to him?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have anything to do with people being attached? Is he just, is he hearing dead people? Is it a slightly different quality to his voices? That would be interesting to know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We definitely have no idea about that. And so wait, why did Patty get attached to Kevin? I think I've forgotten now.
I don't know why.
Okay.
I mean, I think the how was that, she killed herself in front of him, and that was it.
Okay.
I don't know. The why, I don't know.
Okay. I thought maybe there was an explanation that I had forgotten about. But I mean, I'll definitely buy that Virgil, he definitely doesn't know everything. He probably was wrong about some of the stuff he was saying, But then, like, some of it could still be true.
I love that. Yeah, he's wrong, but it's true. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I want to think. I mean, maybe just the way he framed it as doing battle with your adversary was sort of off base.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's more like releasing your companion.
Slightly different use of words there, sure. Because
that's kind of what it seemed like. I mean, the way they played it with Patty, it seemed like she wanted to, die and be released.
But only after he was there. She didn't seem to want that before he before he crossed over.
Yeah, that's true.
So why would she even want to stay, right? It seems like she would want to move on.
Yeah.
So it seems like she should have been like, yeah, help me move on, Kevin.
Mm-hmm. Calvin. She just liked tormenting Kevin because she didn't like him. I don't know.
Again, another reason why she's not real and none of it happened. That's my final answer until another better answer comes along.
Yeah.
It wasn't real. We don't go to hotels when we die.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous. A hotel.
Hotel.
What is this? The Shining?
Why not? Hotels are, big, mysterious places with a lot of people in them and strangers and I don't know. Why not?
You just described a train station.
Afterlife in a hotel. There you go. Yeah, you could afterlife train station. That would work too. Why not?
All aboard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I feel like the biggest mystery is what did Virgil do to who and why?
Yeah. That's definitely a big one.
And it shouldn't be. It's not even a plot mystery. It's a character mystery.
Yeah, it's a really simple mystery that would have a clear answer.
Yeah, it would have a one sentence answer that we would all understand.
Yeah. There's a fact and various parties should know those facts.
What if Virgil?
Oh boy.
What if John?
The increasingly outlandish accusation.
What if John had some issue he couldn't get over, and Virgil thought he'd help him by killing him?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he hurt him.
Mm-hmm. But then what happened?
Well, then he came back to life, and he's like, screw you for hurting me, and for killing me, I'm gonna kill you.
Even though it worked, but...
Well, presumably it worked.
Okay. Maybe it didn't work, and that's why... But, yeah. Because that whole thread of him, not believing in stuff...
Yeah.
There's no miracles in Miracle, and I'm gonna burn the psychic's house down, and...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want some reason in his past...
It's not explained.
Now, is the only reason he's against magical and supernatural occurrences is because of what Virgil did, and Virgil has a connection to that?
I was thinking that was a possibility.
Or does John have some history with it, and it just not working?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work, or it worked, but something else happened. So either Virgil tried to get John, Virgil killed John and brought him back, and maybe he doesn't remember what happened. He only remembers Virgil tried to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe in trying to help John, there is some collateral damage. Somebody else got hurt too. Either that or Erica and John are brother and sister. I think those are the only two explanations.
Oh my god.
Because then it'd be like Evie's like, okay, why are you doing this? You understand because Dad's your brother.
Oh my god. Oh wow. Cause he's my double granddaddy.
He's a double pawpaw. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's gonna be something. I don't know if it's gonna be something crazy or something really simple.
Yeah, it could go either way.
Wow. Yeah, I don't like not knowing things. Unless I'm supposed to not know, then it's fine. But if I'm able to know, I just don't like not knowing it.
Yeah.
Especially with storytelling, I like to be able to try to guess what's gonna happen, and
yeah,
because there's only so many things that's possible.
Yeah, I feel like this didn't come to fruition as we talked about already, but I feel like if I had been on my game with how TV shows should work, I should have been able to put together the combination of it looks like the girl's departed, and then this whole guilty remnant thing, And if I were detailed enough to think about the scene of them not talking in the car,
Yeah.
I feel like I should have been able to make the leap. Like, who would want to fake a departure? That's totally something the Guilty Remnant did. What if they joined the Guilty Remnant and left? I feel like I could have done that.
Yeah.
I just didn't.
I didn't put and the not, you know, if they were smoking or dressed in white, that would have
that would have been obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, but the not talking was just so weird in a subtle way.
Yeah.
It took me just now realizing the not talking was not just their morose and melancholy. You know, it was they're being a guilty remnant.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is to be morose and melancholy, but...
yeah. But now it has a brand.
Exactly. For a specific cause or something.
Yeah. And it's weird though, you know, the Guilty Remnant wants people to remember the departure, but like, no one's gonna remember it more than Jardin.
Right.
So what are they proving? It wasn't even to like make them remember, right? Cause I mean, they were literally that day. They were
That's
remembering,
all they talk about.
yeah, they were remembering what happened. So
yeah.
I would love for Meg to explain herself, but she'd probably just say she wants to get me pregnant.
It seemed like she was bitter about the fact that nothing happened to them on the departure. Like, she was like, they shouldn't do Remembrance Day because, like, no one departed here, and it's like, temple being open on Christmas or something.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like she just thinks, like, they don't remember because they weren't affected enough by it. Even if they say they remember all the time. Like,
their whole town is built, people dress up in the same stuff they were wearing that day. There's a guy killing a goat every day. Like, they're constantly reminded that whole town is built around that day. So it's really weird. Like, maybe they don't remember, maybe it's more specific that they're supposed to remember loss, which everyone else remembers.
But they remember not lost.
They remember not lost, yeah. Which is weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're not remembering it the way she wants them to.
They're not remembering right.
Yeah, exactly.
They're doing it all wrong.
You're not remembering right. Oh god.
Yeah, let me show you how to remember by, I don't know what, like, destroying your town, so now you remember?
Yeah. Thanks, Guilty Remnant.
Yeah. It would have been interesting if the Guilty Remnant had just infiltrated the town suddenly.
Yeah.
Versus, like,
the outside camp.
Storming the town, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if they had shown, like, a bunch of residents in the town suddenly changing into the uniform.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting. That would have been an interesting angle. It would have tied together with the girls' thing, too.
Yeah.
The idea that they had kind of secretly, because I think there's still a question, like, how they were recruited. Since they're in this, like, isolated place, and there's
and since Meg, like, left town after that.
Exactly. Like, she wasn't even in the Guilty Remnant when she went there.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no overt, like, presence, so, like, how did they sneak in and, like, just randomly proselytize to people? Like, how did that even happen?
I almost want to say the shot when the girls are running naked is them escaping the town. Now, it doesn't make sense that they'd be naked.
Right.
But everything else about that could be them, like, trying to sneak out of town to go find the Guilty Remnant or something.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know why they'd be naked.
That scene is still baffling to me. So weird.
Was it all three girls, or was it just two of them?
I thought it was all three. I don't think they show them all three at once, but I thought it was all three.
Okay. Maybe it's connecting to the cave woman?
That's what I originally thought. When I first saw it and I saw them running, I was like, oh, now the cave woman's gonna come back, which made no sense, but that is what I thought.
The ghost of the cave woman's gonna show up?
I didn't understand how, but like, they had cut from her dying on the lake to them swimming in the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And I sort of thought there was going to be like some weird connection between them and the woman who died. But yeah, only in a very, very general sense.
Yeah.
As in they're human beings and they live there.
Well, the weird thing is every shot is motivated by something. So it is possible to know what that means.
Yeah.
Because a friend of mine, we were talking about that shot of them running through the woods, and she was just like, oh, that's just a show being sensational and just some shots of girls naked. I'm like, I don't think that the show just doesn't do stuff like that just because. Like, it's
they
not
really don't. I mean, if you look at like the rest of the season, there's not a lot of, and they're HBO, like they can be naughty as they want. If you look at like True Blood or something, like
exactly,
they could do way more.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm like, no, that has to mean something. They don't, one shot of them doing this one time. Like, you're not doing that just to show skin,
I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a purpose there, but I don't know. Is it not fair for him to tell us? I guess they're all still alive, so like maybe that's an unanswered question for the future, or maybe we're just supposed to understand now that we know their story. It's just like the guilty remnant, like the idea of them running through the woods naked is something it doesn't compute to me. I guess why not, but it just doesn't seem like them. It seems a little too, free-spirited, lighthearted, like.
Well, maybe that's the only thing I can get is it's a show of freedom, and the girls want to be free from that town, I guess, even though they're back now.
Right.
So maybe that's the closest they can to be free before they actually leave and do the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like it's a mystery that can be solved. There's only so many things that can signify, because they're trying to communicate to the audience, so they want you to get it on some level.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe we'll get another example. Maybe there was some reason they had to be naked, like, clothes would, I don't know what. Yeah, I can't really piece it together, but clothes get in the way when you're running through the jungle, running through the woods.
I mean, sure, why not? Apparently going through the woods barefoot is a big thing too, so.
Yeah, I want to say they were practicing escaping, but they escaped with clothes on.
Yeah.
That begs the question how they got out of the town, but I guess there's ways to get out of the town.
Oh yeah, I didn't really think about that. Yeah, there are definitely ways, especially because they had an inside track with the ne'er-do-wells.
Mm-hmm.
And there was that guy who had the secret way. I mean, it didn't work that one time, but I would imagine they could maybe use one of them to sneak out. Like they had some plan of like, you'll go here and then we'll let you out.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Well, that was a fun little podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting show. If any of you haven't watched it, I hope you weren't listening.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you were listening and haven't watched it, now you can go watch it and know a lot more about it.
But you should definitely, check it out. If you're into the aspects of Lost that we constantly talk about, they're on full display here.
Yeah.
And it's got its own thing. It's a cool show.
Jacob would definitely love to recruit these guys to the island. They're all broken.
Oh yes. Great candidates, all of them.
Yeah. There's people who can't let things go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let it go, John. Let it go that you're my brother.
Oh yeah. Fuck you, Erica. You're my sister. Just let it go, bro.
Let it go, bro.
Okay, well maybe maybe my idea is too far. Maybe it's
Was that not
too
clear
much.
already?
Well, being too far isn't the problem. It's not like it doesn't line up with that scene. That was a little much.
Let it go.
Come on, bro, drop that, yo.
Yeah. Oh man.
Your dad's my dad, and we're married. So what? That's why you can't find that cricket. If you want, let it go. All right, I guess that's too far. I guess that's too far.
Yeah. It seems that way, but it still doesn't tell us much.
Yeah. Wow.
Let it go. Just let it go.
Well, it seems like he was able to let it go to the degree that he didn't keep trying to kill Virgil.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I'm curious what. But I guess. See, that's the thing he needs to let go, and that's the thing they haven't revealed yet. Is what ties to the supernatural aspect, right?
Yeah.
That's, I think, going to be the next part of his story.
Yeah.
Is what supernatural thing happened that was bad, that he's railing against. Because that's the part he hasn't been able to let go.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't told us that. Because that's like the pilot. They introduced that idea, and it just... I remember thinking all season, like, there's, we're going to find out, like, where that comes from. Because it seems like obvious setup,
Yeah.
And we find out, like, vague aspects of some of the stuff that motivates him, but they really don't delve into that part.
Like, yeah, because he's got to prove that it's bullshit because of some reason.
Yeah.
Because he saw it be real and it scares him, or because he's seen frauds before and frauds take advantage of people. Like, there's got to be some reason.
Right. Yeah.
That he keeps like looking for.
It's so extreme. Like, it has to be something, like, pretty serious.
Like he married his sister. It's pretty serious.
Yeah, why not?
And then Virgil told him, I can give you some magic that'll make you not brother and sister.
Oh.
But he was lying.
But it didn't work.
So he tried to kill him.
So he tried to... Okay.
Yeah, I think I just solved it. Simple.
Look no further. We have all the answers right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let it go, bro.
Let it go, bro. Yeah, our kids are also your niece and nephew.
Oh, God, that's weird. They're also my niece and nephew.
Yep.
Oh, shit. That means they're also each other's cousins.
They're each other's cousins. Yep.
What's up, cuz?
There was that scene where Michael was like, hey, cuz, what's going on? I was like, wait a minute. Is that the slang with the kids these days?
Oh my God, what a family. So weird.
Yeah,
Y'all got like
the Garveys are like, you guys win. You're way more dysfunctional than we are.
Yeah, no, seriously. We just have like normal tensions over here.
Yeah, like there's two moms and a black baby and like a half brother, and
it's not even that bad.
Yeah, that's it.
That's like, we can manage that.
Mm. Are Nora and Kevin married? They're not married, right?
I thought they were married. I guess they're not, though. Are they married?
I don't remember.
There's that whole thing where it shows them adopting the baby. But I guess you don't have to be married to adopt a baby.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know.
Like, yeah, I feel like I want to say they're not married, but maybe they did get married like quickly during the off season.
Here's a question. You think there's going to be more earthquakes next season?
I would think so.
Like, how many times can they keep doing that? Like,
well,
haven't they proved their point?
You would think so, but it's supposed to be something that happens frequently in the town, seemingly.
Yeah.
So, it might not matter much, but I would imagine they would reference it.
All right. Well, anything else for the podcast?
No, I think that's good. I think that's good for now.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be back next time with I don't know what.
Yeah, perhaps something else.
Perhaps something else.
Perhaps the same thing again.
Perhaps.
You will see.
Perhaps Leftover season 3.
It can happen. I'm definitely interested. I'll definitely watch it. So, see how that goes.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
See you later.